Welcome committee members, authority staff, colleagues from Police Scotland and COSLA, attendees today, and I see we're also joined by Craig Naylor, His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary, who will be presenting a paper later on in the agenda, and he'll be accompanied by his colleague Ian Ramsey. We also have Mark Bell, Robert Cook and Kirsten McPhee from the Scottish Government attending to present items 4.2 and 4.4. And I believe there are no member apologies today. Not sure if I've seen Tom Halpin online yet.
Tom's here, Chair.
Tom's here, thank you. So that's item 1.1. Let's move on to 1.2, which is the declarations of interest and connections. So could I ask members to confirm if they have any declarations of interest or any connections in relation to the agenda today? Chris Cregan.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I am an occasional research associate with the Diffley Partnership who carry out the public polling. So I'm not directly involved in any way in that work, but I will declare that interest given my association with the company. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chris, and that is noted. So moving on then to 1.3, which is the public minute from the 10th of June of this year, and this is for approval. So could I therefore invite members to approve the draft minute? Okay, thank you. We then move on to 1.4, the rolling action log and any matters arising. We have 3 actions on the action log, all of which are proposed to close. I would also like to draw attention to Police Scotland's briefing note appended to the action log in relation to action, it's a long number this, 202-50610-003 regarding the Your Care card and visually recorded interviews. So from the action log, are members content to close the 3 actions? Okay, thank you. So we'll now move on to item 2.1, but before we do that, I would just ask that all presenters take their reports as read and use their brief introductory remarks to highlight anything that is not included in the report so that we can use our time for members' questions. So 2.1, which is the performance and accountability framework, and I have down on this DCC Jane Connors, who's going to do the initial introduction, and then Director Tom McMahon presenting this.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I'll leave Tom and Patrick to kind of decide who's going to bring in on some of the detail. I think, thank you very much. As everybody knows, we've been looking to move our performance accountability framework into a place that we can do the strategic oversight. It links to the strategic policing plan, into the annual policing plan, also encounters the vision and has the strategic indicators, but also the KPIs, the key performance indicators, and then the supporting management information. It's a lot of information to try and bring into an area that is clear, makes sense to people, and we can be held account for it as well. So that is the purpose of the framework. I think it's in a really good place. There is clearly work still to be done, but that's the genesis of why we've started to move towards that. And I'll hand over to either Tom or Patrick to go through a little bit more detail.
Thanks, Deb. Thank you, Chair. Tom and I have agreed that I will take this as I've kind of led the Q1 work. So just a couple of points to add. I think what this performance accountability framework does is increase the level of transparency that we have with the public. There's an increase in the number of measures by 49.1%. It's 258 measures overall. They don't all feature in this report because we obviously do publish greater level of management management information in our quarterly performance bulletin on our website, which produces further publicly available information, which is an important part of building the trust and confidence in policing, is increasing that level of transparency. The only other thing that I would really kind of point out is what you're seeing in the next report, in the Q1 report, against the performance framework is not all of our measures, but what we do commit to is exceptions that come out of the management information. We will then bring forward each quarter into the quarterly report as well. You know, that is the kind of point of the differential levels of management information, that we will bring those exceptions forward. But beyond that, Chair, I wouldn't add anything further and just seek the committee's approval of the performance accountability framework.
Okay, thank you for that, Patrick. And just for full transparency, I should mention that members endorsed this document off table. And before I open it up, I would also acknowledge the coordinated work that was undertaken to answer all the members' feedback from the May Committee Development Day. So significant amount of work building on the excellent work that was already done. So thank you to everybody that was involved in that. So if I could open it up to members for any questions that they may have. I see that Tom Halpin has raised his hand. Tom.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just add my own appreciation to you've just expressed there. I mean, the development of this report is to be commended and is in a far different place from where we started this journey. One of the areas that I really do commend is the way that disaggregated data will start to feature to both celebrate examples of good practice, but also to identify variances. It's just, I'd like to explore that. And how will disaggregated data, because performance really matters at the most local area, how individuals experience it in communities. How will that be further developed? For instance, through, and I see Councillor Chalmers come in after me, but you know, areas of scrutiny panels are really important. How we compare against other parts of the country, etc.
I'll ask Patrick to come in, and then perhaps I've got Nikki Russell, who's one of the divisional commanders. I think one of the key things for us is being able to reflect it really down locally. We know there are local priorities. It's really, really important that we acknowledge that, we understand that. But as you come up through the different divisions and then into a kind of national framework, how do we look at where the threats are coming and where we put our resources and we tackle those different problems? But it's really important to have the link. So perhaps Patrick, an overview from the framework, and then perhaps Nikki from a point of view of a divisional commander.
Thanks, Deb, and Tom, thank you very much for the question. So as we continue to develop the products, we have really strong internal management information dashboards which are produced and provided to each divisional commander that allows you to break down the data at each divisional level, but also through the dashboard allows you to compare between the kind of divisions across the country and the national measures. That's then provided to the divisional commanders to support those local scrutiny sessions and how the divisional commanders can manage performance at the local level. As we continue to develop the products, and capacity is constrained at the moment across the whole organisation and lots of matters, but as capacity becomes available, we hope to roll that wider management information out through publication and greater transparency and continue on this journey of transparency at every level, both locally and nationally. But happy to pass over to Chief Superintendent Russell for a comment from the division.
Thanks so much, Patrick, and yeah, thanks so much for the question. So ultimately what it means for me as a commander is I'm able to understand the performance in the local area across Tayside. I'm then able to speak to the operations superintendent and the local area commanders and understand what they're doing and the response in terms of the performance. And just have those indicators and understanding as to why we might have seen a rise or indeed a drop in terms of a reduction in crime. The other thing Patrick just touched on is that element around the breakdown for across the country. So as a commander, it then allows me the opportunity to speak to other chief superintendents around what they're doing. so we can share good practice and learn across the different divisions. But really importantly, on a more kind of tactical level, it allows us to look through the lens of why through our tasking and our monthly tasking meeting, and then have that forward vision as to what's coming next. So, you know, we're obviously speaking about Q1, but we're in the planning and preparation for Halloween and bonfire night because we know they're coming. So it then allows me just that opportunity to sense check and review what plans we've got in place. And then to go to the 3 local scrutiny boards that I've got in Tayside and then provide that that response in terms of our data and be scrutinised locally in terms of what we're actually doing. So it's become a really helpful tool for commanders to understand our performance across the organisation.
Okay, thank you for that, Tom. Before I bring Councillor Chalmers in, do you have any follow-ups on the responses you've received?
No, I'm really encouraged with that, and I'm looking forward to hearing that, continuing the conversation with Councillor Chalmers. It's a level of confidence we can take by exception reporting, you know, it's getting that. So maybe codifying what is an exception, so we know that we're covered in that would be helpful.
Okay. Thanks, Tom. Councillor Chalmers, thank you for your patience.
No, you're fine. Thank you, Chair. I suppose it was just exploring that, you know, under the partner demand, what that actually means, how do local authorities fit with that, and that's been really helpful, and it's a great report. Thank you. Really, really good report. So it would be good, I think, maybe to be more explicit about that link with scrutiny locally, you know, just kind of making sure that link's made, because I'm hearing Nicola saying we're doing it. And I hear locally that's happening, but it's kind of not clear in the report there, so that would be really good. I suppose I'd just get a wee question round about the reoffending rate as one of the KPIs and under the less crime priority. I'm just wondering why. There's not any data on like the number of reports submitted to Procurator Fiscal, number of direct measures imposed, and the percentage of no further actions not included, you know, those other kind of areas of data that might give that full picture.
Thanks very much for the question. I'll ask Tina McLucas, who works on a number of the areas of detail, to come through. I think, so now we have the unified system with our crime, we can look at some of the elements of offending rates and other data that we didn't have before, and I'll ask Tina to give a little bit more detail. So some of this is because our computer systems now link up, we're able to get data that we weren't able to have before, so we can now continue to develop the KPIs and bring forward as our systems, desk, body-worn video, they all start to go live. So it's mainly around that reason as to why we haven't got all of the different metrics in yet, but I don't know whether Tina, you want to add some detail?
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for the question. So we were really, really selective around that key performance indicator metric and really challenged ourselves working alongside the executive to really have almost a handful under each of the vision headers and keeping them pretty much high level. And the real opportunity that we have with our new national crime system to bring forward repeat offending and also look at things like repeat victimisation is something we've not been able to do before. So a really big step forward. In some of the areas you mentioned around the really good work around criminal justice, it's still something that we measure around the management information and the indicators. We've also kind of rolled that up so that we can look at it through the lens of exception rather than monitoring every single piece of data through the performance framework. We are monitoring it, but we're monitoring it at a more granular level and then bringing it forward throughout the metrics that are there. So it's something that the team, the performance officers monitor across all the different areas. They're also across all those business areas, those thematic areas as well, providing that performance support and input into criminal justice, but also other thematic areas around violence against women and girls, broader violence, young people and criminality. So all those areas and bringing all that context as well as the kind of hard metrics as well into the performance narrative so that we can understand what our challenges are, what's what's activities going on across the service, and then we're able to reflect that back into performance board and provide that reassurance that there is that grip. So you will see those indicators. You'll see some of them discussed in the Q1 report as well as we move through the agenda.
Yeah.
Thanks. Sorry, Chair, if I could just add, and Maureen, coming back to your point about partner demand, partner scrutiny, and actually a lot of reoffending rates, etc. There's a huge amount of partner activity. So it's something we need to develop, that partner information sharing, but that scrutiny as well.
Okay, Councillor Chalmers, are you content with the responses you've had to?
Yes, absolutely. I know it's a work in progress, and it's really good. Thank you. And I know those pieces of work will be taken forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Inspector, Craig?
Thanks, Chair. I've got to say how pleased we are to see the progress that's been made in this space. Defining what are key and strategic performance indicators on an organisation the size and scale of Police Scotland is a really difficult thing to do. I think this really tells a story. It tells a story of where the demands are, where the pressures are, how the workforce is being supported and developed, but also the threats that come with that. Taking into the quarterly report, I'm really pleased to see some really good emerging narrative alongside the figures. I think this is really a significant improvement from where things have been previously. I think there's a really strong development in this space that I think over the next 2 to 3 years, we'll see a really improved position on how we reassure, or how Police Scotland, not being one part of it, but how Police Scotland reassures communities across Scotland that efforts are to use 1.65 billion effectively are in place, that the issues that arise, as they always do, are being tackled effectively, and that the progress and performance is really well managed. So for me, this is a really positive step forward. It's something we will see.
Thank you. That's, I think powerful to hear that from His Majesty's, Chief Inspector. Maureen, you still have your hand up. I don't know if do you want to come in again? So before we move on to the quarterly report, does anybody have any further questions on this agenda item? No? As we move into the quarterly police and performance report, I think we should recognise that this is a major improvement in the ability to hold the Chief Constable to account and evidence progress being made against the strategic plan and towards the 2030 vision. So if I could move on then to 2.2, and I have down again DCC Connors for the introduction and Patrick to present. Tom to present, but maybe Patrick. I'm sure Jane will confirm for us. DCC Connors.
Thank you. Yeah, I won't say too much, and I'll ask Patrick to come in and cover some of the areas. I think the report reflects increasing demand. It reflects a workforce under pressure, but it also reflects our continued focus on communities of Scotland and on victims, on the vision, and also a continued focus on our culture and our internal areas as well. I think it covers all of that. That's all I would say, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Patrick, is it yourself that's coming in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll just pull out a few kind of highlights, but obviously accepting that the report is as read. As DCC Connors has already highlighted, the significant demand and pressure facing the organisation continues, and the key insights on page 7 show that across groups 1 to 5 of crimes, the volume of crime in each group is up compared to the same period last year. The positive on that is that detection rates are up for a number of the groups as well, but we have obviously seen a slight decrease in group 5 in terms of the detection rate. Moving on, just on pages 8 and 9, we obviously talk about the key insights around user experience in our police survey, and I know the DIFLI numbers will be covered later on by Amanda. And although our numbers kind of in percentage is slightly different, both of them are going in a positive trajectory, if I've understood the later paper correct. So that is positive, that the user experience and the trust and confidence in policing in Scotland, you know, continues to increase, particularly at such challenging times. We're starting to see some real kind of positives also in terms of the throughput in custody. So just turning to the key insights on pages 9 to 12, you know, we're seeing a reduction in the number of times arrested persons are brought into custody, really starting to see the impact of direct measures and also the planned voluntary interview pathway as well. We're seeing really kind of positive numbers on those areas, which is reducing therefore the pressure in custody, and hopefully some knock-on effect to the custody courts and the criminal justice system there as well. So it's how we're affecting the wider justice system is really positive. I think just turning to page 13, we're obviously seeing kind of lots of media coverage in terms of some real isolated incidents around violence amongst young people. But as our data tells on page 13, there's actually a reduction in violence against young people. You know, the proportion of violent crime that involved a child was 17.5% this year compared to 19.5% last year. So the data is slightly different to kind of some of the media context, which is potentially out there. However, what we are seeing on page 13, as well as we are seeing an increase in antisocial behaviour through the period as well. Once we get past the key insights, we're into every measure against the KPIs and the performance accountability framework. So I don't plan to go any further at this point. Chair, I'll take the rest as read, but obviously stand by to take any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Patrick, for drawing out some of the highlights and providing some greater insight. As you said, the paper has been read, so maximise the time for questions. So I'll open it up, and I see that my colleague Mary Kethway already has her hand up. So Mary, over to yourself. Mary, you're on mute.
I think that's better now. Sorry about that. Yeah, very interesting report. Lots of very useful information for us. I just wanted to make a comment really rather than ask a question at this stage, and that's in relation to the issue of ensuring that we're continually improving our response to crime. Crime isn't going away, and we see rising recorded crime numbers. So it's important that we're constantly looking at whether or not our response is as good as it could be. One important measure of the effectiveness of policing is detection rates. And so I think it's really helpful to notice that Patrick did mention in Group 5 crimes, they're slightly dipping, but in Group 1 to 4 crimes, the detection rates have been maintained or in some cases are improving. And I think it's just helpful to recognise that that is important and that there's been a lot of positive progress in this respect. So just that comment, Chair. Thank you.
No, it's important to recognise that, and Patrick and the DCC emphasise, you know, that the unfortunately the uptick in crime, and the vision is to see less crimes, but detection rates hopefully will take us on that journey. So thank you for highlighting that. I've got Chris Keegan next, and then I have Councillor Chalmers, and then Tom Halpin. Chris.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, colleagues, for the report. It's really helpful, it's clear, and it's encouraging. It's encouraging in terms of the data that Patrick referred to on improved trust and confidence. So both the user experience survey and the Your Police survey. And obviously it's great to see that steady improvement in terms of public confidence, and that's something we want to continue to see increase. And I wonder if colleagues wanted to comment on the contribution that the Policing for Our Communities programme can contribute to further improvement and a further sense of confidence and community wellbeing.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take that question. Thank you. I really appreciate the comments around the detection rates and our response to crime. You know, as volume increases, we're trying to make sure that we really focus on communities and victims, and making sure that we get the detection rates is really key in that sense. So if we also focus on the communities, as you mentioned, the Policing for Our Communities goes live in the latter part of this month. The real focus around it is increasing the visibility and making sure that we've got officers who are in the local community. And I will ask Nikki to comment in a second as a divisional commander. But it's about having that visibility, having officers in their communities so that they're able to talk to people, understand what the real issues are, and listen, and then work with partners. Very often it's not going to be a single approach from us, to actually get into the root causes of the issues facing our communities and then be able to deal with them. Being able to do that, we need to have the visibility, and we need to be able to have the officers on the ground. And as people know, we've really struggled with abstraction rates. If you look at Falkirk, for example, the community policing team at Falkirk is often 40% abstracted from being able to be out in the communities, because they're trying to backfill on response and they're trying to meet demands elsewhere. You know, I have played it out at the main board. Protest, you know, anti-immigration protests. We've seen the Palestinian action. We've got football, always responding to the international events. And we absolutely support everybody's right to protest. That has always been enshrined in Scotland. But it is our ability to then meet those demands. So being able to have the Policing for Our Communities model, which has the visibility element to it, means we will have officers within the wards who work who don't work 24/7, who work 7 days a week. We'd like them 24/7, but we do understand the pressures on wellbeing on that one. But we need their communities 7 days a week. It's not a 9 to 5 element. And to do that, we need to be able to get the officers onto that. As part of the Policing for Our Communities model, we will be making significant efficiencies from within Police Scotland and our back of house functions. I know that phrase doesn't go down very well because everybody in Police Scotland is part of Police Scotland and working really, really hard. But we have acknowledged that there are people in areas within policing in Scotland that we actually need those operational officers on the front line. So there's a huge amount of efficiencies to draw people out of those areas and be able to increase the visibility. I think the other bit that comes with that is our ability to manage the demand that comes in. So at the moment, demand comes into C3, comes into our call centres. At the moment, it gets passed to response. What we want to be able to do is manage. We've got the proportionate response to crime, which is one level, and that manages the demand that comes through C3 before it gets to divisions. But how do we accurately then filter those important immediate response calls that need to go to response, and the longer term, or the areas where we want community officers to be able to go to talk to people, engage, find out what the problems are, and then work with partners. So that's a very long way of saying that the model is absolutely essential to build that trust and confidence that we've been working so hard over the last year or so, and we've started to see that increase in confidence. We have good levels of satisfaction, so we know that when people come into contact with Police Scotland, they're satisfied. We're increasingly seeing satisfaction rates improving with victims. To consolidate that, we really need the visibility in our communities, which is what that model will bring us. I don't know whether, Nikki, from a Dundee point of view, appreciate I've given quite a long response. Yeah. A quick response from yourself?
Yeah, no, thanks, Deb. And interestingly enough, my team are being briefed on the Policing for Our Communities model as we speak. But if I can just give you a bit of context about what this will actually mean for us. When you look at the Q1 report, you'll see the significant rise in antisocial behaviour in Tayside. That's specifically attributed to Dundee. We have a variety of work ongoing across the city and across the division that includes things like No Knives, Better Lives, the Pitch-In project, dedicated antisocial behaviour, hotspot patrolling. We've amended shift patterns. We're doing a lot of activity is the point I'm trying to get across. However, the Policing for Our Communities model allows me to have dedicated community officers in an area accountable to their communities, and really importantly, it gives them the absolute opportunity to make a difference, because they know that they will be in that area, they'll be problem solving, and they'll be looking to engage, educate and support those communities to ensure we deliver the Chief's 2030 vision. So it's a really, really positive approach for us, and one that, without doubt, going back to the initial question around detection rates and how we ensure community confidence, will allow people, the response officers, to do really quick response work, and allow our community teams to come in and build and support resilience and prevention moving forward. So as a divisional commander, I'm really excited about the opportunity to deliver this model. And quite honestly, I think with the rest of my colleagues are just really keen that we can get going, but recognise the challenges across a national service of having to get everybody set up ready for that. So thanks very much for that, Deb.
Okay, thanks, Jane. Thanks, Nikki. Back to yourself. Chris, I don't know if you've got follow-ups on that or further questions.
Yeah, just briefly, and I've got some further questions. I want to dig into a couple of other aspects, but just on the response, I really welcome the response. Absolutely accept the context of this that DCC Connors referred to earlier in terms of the challenge, the drive to improve culture and the relationship between improved culture and confidence. I take a lot of assurance from what DCC Connors and Chief Superintendent Russell have said in terms of the issue of visibility in communities. That I think the emphasis there on the relational aspect of policing in communities on the ground and the way in which that can drive increased confidence is really welcome to hear. And so I'm sure we'll look forward to hearing more about the programme in the committee over the coming months. But thanks for the responses. I just wanted, as I said, to dig into the report in a couple of other places. Specifically in terms of reductions in custody and reductions in children in custody, which are obviously really welcome, and that is something that we have raised previously. It's something that we're keen to see moving in the right direction. There will be further opportunities for improvement in this area if local authorities are able to invest in alternative places of safety. And obviously, we would want to see Police Scotland continuing to advocate for that through local scrutiny mechanisms as far as possible.
Thank you. And yeah, if I take it in two parts and look at the children in particular, you're absolutely right. And, you know, Wendy Middleton is fierce about making sure that we're really clear. We do not want to be bringing children into custody. It's not a place our estate very often is not particularly good. So it's not just the fact that the traumatising element of having children in custody, but a lot of our custody estate is not particularly modern. So that's an element as well. But there are situations that we know that children do need to be brought into custody, and those play out. I think the support we now have with the training of our custody officers, we have some of our custody suites are trying to be more accommodating, so we have areas that children can be in and they're a better environment for them. We also focus on making sure that we don't keep children in custody overnight or for a long time. So both of those are showing reductions, and we're keen to do that. I think I've said before that one of the key issues, as you highlight, is actually local authority care or alternatives to provision for being able to have children in other areas rather than having to bring them into custody. We know the pressures on local authorities, we know the pressures on different partners. So we have outlined before that is an impact on us, because we don't have elsewhere to actually take children to. But we will continue that focus to try and deal with things more accurately at the first point that we can and not bring people into custody. I think the custody Reductions overall, I think I'd like to be clear, we are absolutely dealing with crime. You can see our detection rates. We're focused on less crime, we're focused on detection rates. Those people that need to come into custody will be brought into custody, but there are other methods of making sure that victims are supported, and direct measures through recorded police warnings or antisocial behaviour, FPNs, those are measures that we can use and we do use. I think it also comes back to, we're working with different charities and third sectors and local authorities. At the point that we're issuing direct measures or dealing with people, are there any other pathways or group that we can put people in touch with to bring down the reoffending rates and bring down the cycle of custody that we see in significant areas as well? So yes, it's an absolute focus for us and children, but it's also a focus for us in terms of the actual dynamics of making sure that, I don't like the phrase lower level or less serious crime, because every victim is on the end of that, but how can we deal that in a different way, deal with it more effectively and quickly so that we get the right justice outcome, but we don't need to bring people through custody. And just a final thing on that as well is the planned interview pathways. Now that we're able to, I think there's 130 stations, officers can arrange interviews, bring people in on planned interviews, and what that means is, I think instead of about 3 hours, we can deal with people in 30 minutes. Much more effective use of police time, but much more effective ways of dealing with different offenders or accused, but still supporting victims as well. So there's a lot of work ongoing in that space.
Thanks, DCC. Chris, you still have your hand up?
Yes, thanks, Chair, and thanks, DCC Connors. That's a really helpful and full response. And I think what I particularly welcome there is the emphasis and the response on partnership working, notwithstanding the challenges that you highlight in the system for policing and for local authorities, but it's clearly critical to moving things in the right direction here. You've anticipated my next question, which was in relation to the planned voluntary interview pathway and obviously the productivity gains which can be reinvested there are really welcome. I wanted to ask about how the innovation will be further evaluated and incorporated into Police Scotland's planning for future custody estate.
I think as if by magic, Wendy Middleton's popped up. So if it's okay, I'll pass over to Wendy. Thank you.
Of course, Wendy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, good morning, everybody. Sorry I was late joining the call. I was actually chairing the Criminal Justice Improvement Group, which oversees all of the work streams that Deputy Chief Constable Connors has referenced already there this morning. And an important part of that is benefits realisation. So that's what we're involved in at the moment, supported by portfolio management within Police Scotland, and really trying to articulate clearly what the benefits of all of the work streams that we've been involved in have yielded to date, and then the further potential that we can get from them. And that will then feed into obviously budgetary planning going forward, resource management going forward, and also the estate's plan going forward. I think in terms of planned voluntary interview pathway, we anticipated that we could potentially reduce our custody footfall by approximately 15% if we can operate planned voluntary interview pathway at its maximum. We haven't quite achieved that yet. We're probably sitting around 8 or 9%. And that was one of my asks this morning from the local policing representatives on the call as well, to make sure that we're maximising the use of the planned voluntary interview pathway. But we've only had it in place really from autumn of last year, so it's going to take time to, but it absolutely is a priority for us that we understand what does this mean in terms of time saved, FTE saved, and that ability to reinvest in the organisation through everything that we're doing in the criminal justice improvement world. So that is ongoing, and I hope to be able to come back, as the board have asked me to do, for regular updates around criminal justice improvement and what we've actually delivered, and then what the benefits of that are. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. Chris?
Thank you, Chair. It does, and obviously welcome that assurance in terms of a continued focus on benefits realisation in the answer. I've got one more question, and then happy to pass back to you, Chair. And it was on court system capacity. I think the report on page 11 refers to this 14% increase in arrested persons being released on an undertaking, which will make it, and obviously recognising the contribution, positive contribution that can make to system capacity. But I think we would wish to seek assurance that the appropriate risk assessments are in place to maintain public safety and obviously reduce the risk of harm.
I'll pass straight to Wendy. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely happy to take that question. So that's absolutely part of standard procedures within the custody environment. So it's very much the custody sergeant's responsibility to determine what the most suitable disposal should be within the custody environment. And that's based on risk assessment. And we've been doing a piece of work over the last year with the Risk Management Authority as well to support us in our decision making and to make sure that we have a consistent understanding and use of language across the criminal justice system around risk, what that actually means. And so absolutely within the custody environment and the range of disposals that can be offered, it is about making sure that it's risk-based decisions that are being taken and that appropriate safeguarding and safety management planning is in place as well. So the two go hand in hand, and that's very much business as usual. What I would say is, and it ties into earlier commentary just around reducing the number of arrests, but also reducing the number of people that we hold for court. We need to make sure we are proportionate with decision making. We need to be respectful of the system as a whole and understanding that the prison population is under extreme pressure at the moment. And whilst that's not the responsibility of the Chief Constable per se, or indeed the SPA and the executive team in Police Scotland, but it is a consideration. So every time we are holding people for court, we are basically asking for a prison place. And we've got to be doing that in the understanding that it's appropriate and commensurate to the risk that presents. So actually, we'd like to see an increase in the volume of investigative liberation. We'd like to see an increase, and we have seen in the percentage of undertakings, because that is proportionate and that is the right way to do business. And it's certainly something I'm driving and encouraging from the centre. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. Chris, you content with the response there?
I'm content. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So thank you for your questions. If we can move on next to Councillor Chalmers, then I have Tom Halpin and then Katerina Casper. So Councillor Chalmers.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report. The report talks about an increase in the number of antisocial offences recorded. I think to some extent Nicola answered some of this, but I was just wondering about the rises in the north and east regions, and if there's a particular reason why these increases, why these two areas are driving the increases. And the second question, just to kind of say it now, is obviously the stats around youth violent crimes are very concerning. There's mention of a toolkit that's been crafted to guide local policing divisions. I'm just double checking that that's been shared or working with local authorities in doing that. And also it would be really helpful if you could say a wee bit more about the advisory group that's been set up and who's involved in that. And finally, just a wee comment on some of the conversations there. Obviously, local government funding is restricted and resources are tight, as we all are. I know there's a lot of work going on to redesign the way that some youth services are provided and also child placements. I'm co-chair of a partnership board, a leadership board on community learning development, and these issues are coming up there regularly, particularly in relation to youth work, but also in community development and the wider community cohesion issues. So there is a lot of work going on in the background at a partnership level, addressing some of those issues that have been raised today. But hopefully my two questions are appropriate as well.
Of course, and thank you for providing that insight into that wider local government world and how it has that strong interface, of course, with policing. It's all about serving the public as a collective. So thank you for that. DCC Connors, are you going to pick up on Councillor Chalmers' questions?
If I could ask Nikki to address the antisocial behaviour, because that's a specific element within the report. And if it's okay, Chair, Mark Sutherland is joining to talk about the youth violence specifically. If it would be okay to be able to wrap that up as part of that, I'd be grateful.
Yeah, that when Mark comes along, I'm sure you'll pick up on that, and we, Councillor Chalmers, can put a question directly to him on it. Nikki, if I can pass to yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks for the question, Councillor Chalmers. Yeah, specifically across Tayside and into the northeast, we've obviously seen a rise in antisocial behaviour within Q1, really attributable to weather. As you would imagine, we had a real spike in terms of nice weather, linked in obviously to sort of the approaching towards the end of the school term, and we have seen an increase in more young people out and causing what's described as antisocial behaviour or a nuisance within the communities. So that highlights kind of the reason for the spike, which is attributable not only to Tayside but also into A Division as well. In terms of our approach, both really similar across Tayside and into the northeast. We work really closely with our partners through our community safety hubs. We really try and understand why the antisocial behaviour is occurring. And quite often it is in locations like Dundee City Centre, where it just provides an opportunity for people to congregate and cause problems to the wider community. So in partnership with our community safety teams, we've looked at a variety of opportunities to try and divert and disrupt and prevent the antisocial behaviour from happening in the first place. So specifically in Dundee, we've run a street soccer approach. We ran that last year. We've done the same this year. And it's all really around trying to divert those individuals from causing the challenges in the city centre into something more supportive. We've tried to widen that out across Tayside and looked at other opportunities such as the pitching programme, which I spoke about. And then our community teams have been working really closely with the schools in terms of education and trying to identify some of the challenges that antisocial behaviour causes. Of course, the challenge we've got across the country is that young people are much more connected now than they've ever been. So it is much easier to arrange opportunities to locate in a single place, not to speak about how they do that or ultimately the travel arrangements, but it is easier for people to get around, again, across the country. And what we see is those amalgamation of groups. So not necessarily are all the people in Dundee from Dundee, they'll be travelling in from Angus and Perth and Kinross. However, the teams remain completely engaged with people causing antisocial behaviour, and we absolutely continue to try to get to the root problem of that to prevent it from happening. And as I say, that's replicated across all divisions, just slightly nuanced in terms of how some of us are doing it. But again, that kind of support around amended shift patterns, identifying hotspot times in areas so that we've got the officers in the right place to deal with these issues at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Nicola.
Yeah, thanks for that. It strikes me in relation to this, the ongoing work within Police Scotland to develop your community policing model will be a cornerstone of tackling this going forward. DCC Connors.
Yeah, just to repeat that, it's absolutely a key driver. We know how frustrating antisocial behaviour can be for communities. It can often be dismissed as low level. It has a number of different causes, sometimes drugs, sometimes homelessness. So it is really serious. It's something that needs to be addressed. And being able to have people in our communities to do that is absolutely key. So thank you.
Thanks for that. Tom, again, thank you for your patience. If I could invite you in with any questions you have.
No, thank you very much. It's really a further exploration of the issues that we've talked about there. Before I do, I just declare that I was a member of the Scottish Government's working group that was looking at the issue of antisocial behaviour last year. What would I add to the contribution today is there is a natural tendency to focus on young people and children in antisocial behaviour, but the actual reality is adults. and children and young people are a smaller proportion of that. So I suppose my first point is around this increase that we're seeing in your area, Nikki, and elsewhere, is what further analysis can we do so that we actually know the reality of what we're dealing with as opposed to the emotional response to it. And just well coming that as well is, I remember in taking evidence in that working group, one of the most powerful things that was said to me was said from a member of a migrant community who said from where that person had originated from. Happy people don't commit antisocial behaviour. So no, the issues are much broader than just intent to commit crime. It's about how do you connect in with those pathways around the third sector and local government to other activities and supports, etc. So there's lots in there, and you're looking at it, but a bit more analysis of that would be helpful. And one area that is undoubtedly a concern in Scotland in the cities, and people are constantly talking, you'll all have people talk to you, is males on these motorbikes, electric bikes, whatever they're called, but they're mechanically propelled vehicles on the main road, no helmets, no consideration for the highway code, doing wheelies in front of vehicle drivers or dragging along, and very often with masks covering their face. What more do we need to do in terms of the legislation to help us tackle that problem? Or what more can we do if it is an issue of road safety? What interventions would be effective there? Because that is a real issue of antisocial behaviour that's affecting people in Scotland just now.
Thanks for those questions, Tom. Nikki, I see that you raised your hand, or you've just lowered it in DCC.
I was going to let the DEP come in first, and then hand back over to me, Chair.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and I've also got Scott McCarron, Chief Superintendent from Roads, on the call as well, who may well be able to help in around that specific with some of the off-road and e-bikes. He's probably looking at me as if to say, really, but absolutely. So, yeah, I think coming back to Tom's key point, we often associate antisocial behaviour with low level and youth. And actually, when you look at, there's a significant number of neighbour disputes in there. There is a significant amount of threatening and abusive behaviour which has increased. We're also seeing public nuisance. So when the pressures of society, either due to cost of living or employment, or as I've said, drugs issues or dependency issues, we can see the tensions in our communities, and that's what drives a lot of the antisocial behaviour as well. It isn't just kids playing in the street. I think that's sometimes how it's viewed, and as Tom says, that's actually not the case. It's very complex, which is why working with our partners and local authorities is so essential. I think in relation to kind of the off-road and the e-bikes, we're really focusing on that. I'll ask Scott to mention if there is any legislation. I think the reduction in some of our roads officers has undoubtedly reduced some of the visibility that we would like. But I think our ability to actually tackle the legislation is pretty good. It's our ability to catch them, and I'll come to Nikki on kind of that tactical. It's quite dangerous to intervene. You've got to be really careful. So it's some of the practicalities of it, I think, that's more of a problem. But we've had some real success in South Ferry and other places tackling some of the areas where we have road meets, so we have off-road elements as well. So I'll come to Nikki and then ask Scott to perhaps come at it from a roads point of view.
Thanks, DCC, and yeah, by no means did I mean to suggest that it was all youth or young people causing antisocial behaviour. It absolutely is not. And as the DCC highlights, there's a number of crimes that come under Group 4, which give that kind of wider context. So again, locally within Tayside, and to answer your question, Mr. Halpin, we have done specific analysis as to why we've seen that spike. A lot of our increase relates to criminal feuds, so organised crime related and vehicle fires, which then cause obviously the calls in that come in with an antisocial behaviour tag. We have a proactive operation in response to that will see a real significant difference into Q2 in terms of the performance. highlighting specific individuals that are orchestrating that activity. But as you all know, it is a really challenging investigation when it's a criminal feud, because people don't want to necessarily speak to you. So you're relying on independent witnesses or CCTV or other forensic opportunities. But we're absolutely alive to the fact that this is not kids in the street causing kind of noise calls. So there's that element. Operation Stung in Tayside is our response to those motorised scooters that you spoke about, Mr. Halpin, and again, a significant challenge in the nice weather across the country. As the DCC highlighted, that there is legislation in place that allows us to seize those scooters. They are not roadworthy, 9 times out of 10, don't have insurance. The riders don't have appropriate safety gear, and the legislative requirement for them to be on the road isn't there. So that does cause us a specific challenge, and Scott will speak probably more in terms of our roads policing response to that. But we work really closely with our road policing colleagues to respond to those incidents, and we look to instigate a safe investigation. So sometimes that will be follow-up investigation as opposed to any kind of tactical opportunities at the time. But fundamentally, we look to try and identify those individuals and then use the legislation to remove those scooters from the road. And again, really, really working closely with partners and then other divisional, organisational kind of divisions to support our local response. So that just gives you hopefully an answer to those 2 points that you raised, but I'll let Scott cover some of the other elements from our road policing function.
Scott, if you'd like to come in and add to the responses we've already had to the Tom's questions.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Nikki. She covered a lot of the stuff that I would mention. So, yeah, the vast majority are illegal. It shouldn't be in the roads, it shouldn't be in our fields, footways. We need to look at the various tactics to deal with this. We've seen a number of high-profile cases in Scotland and down south where police officers have become involved in a pursuit, which has ended in tragic circumstances. So, as Nikki says, we need to look at alternatives to that, whether it will be inquiry after it, looking at local intelligence, working with local groups. My background has been predominantly in local policing in every area I've worked at, and in recent years, when I speak to communities, elected members, this has always been a real priority. So it is working with the communities to understand who's using them, and then always take the intelligence to take action. It might not be at the time in every occasion for safety reasons, but certainly always to have that capability to follow that up. Education is massive, so we're talking about the social behaviour aspect of this. I've seen recent examples where people have been seriously hurt, youths have been seriously hurt because, as been mentioned, they don't have the proper equipment to be on these vehicles, they're not trained, they don't have the experience, and they're putting themselves in a real vulnerable position. So that feeds into our wider road safety strategies around about this. So education is massive. It's, you may have seen, it's one of our key kind of messages on social media, particularly as we approach the festive period where parents maybe don't understand what they're actually buying for the kids and the consequences of buying them. So it's making sure that education remains relevant and focused. And as I say, it's just working with our communities to make sure that we can try and prevent this from happening in the first place, because the consequences, I say, is not just on the social behaviour side, can be really catastrophic.
Okay, thanks for that. Tom, back to you.
Yeah, Scott, thanks for that, and please be assured that I understand how challenging this is, and it's not an easy fix. And I was really encouraged by the follow-up inquiry, and I think it really plays right into this area about the community focus of policing going forward in the follow-up inquiry, because they should be identifiable and taking it there. Building on that, in terms of violence in around, I want to come back to young people as well, but particularly violence affecting young people, and the link has been made to serious crime, the organised crime as well. I'd like to know more about, is it Operation Star Drop, which is a focus on violence affecting young people? Is anyone able to tell us more about that?
Again, if I could, Chair, apologies. Mark Sutherland's joining shortly. He's been on annual leave. He would be able to cover that as well.
Okay.
Okay, we'll defer that till Mark gives his input.
just one last thing, because there's a lot in this and we focus on the challenges around. But there's one area I really want to commend, and it's around the ACC Middleton's area of responsibilities and the digital evidence sharing capability, and the area of talking about exhibits and productions here. And I see the accumulation rate has more than halved. Now, the history of that is the police estate up and down the country, absolutely stuffed full of productions from investigations and lying there for years, and etc. This is a real delivery of business benefits from an investment in technology. So, one, to commend it, and two, to just seek assurance that this, in terms of the state's master plan going forward, will be maximised.
Thanks, Tom. Wendy?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I don't think it's just desk. I think it's a number of things that have contributed. I think our production staff do a phenomenal job, and as you've indicated, under really difficult conditions where they're buried under years and years of productions. But we have been supported with disposal teams as well, which has undoubtedly helped. But just in terms of feedback from the Criminal Justice Improvement Group, you know, we've even got agreement now to digitise productions within the High Court in terms of when we give our evidence remotely. So up until now, we have been bringing productions and we've been printing off. So that's another step, and it's just a small step. All these small steps incrementally make a huge difference. And we'll continue to maintain our focus on this. It's a priority within the Criminal Justice Improvement Group. It's a work stream standing alone and supported by legislation, which is going through at the moment. You know, we will have a very modern, contemporary piece of legislation that enables us to build on desk and further digitise productions and stop moving the volume of productions around Scotland that we have been, and indeed seizing the volume of productions that we've been seizing. And that's also helped by body-worn video. So it's not just one thing. I think it's a combination of efforts that we're collectively making across the criminal justice system and within Police Scotland.
Well done to them all.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Do you have any further questions?
That was me.
Katerina, over to yourself.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the officers for this report. The report obviously contains quite a lot of analysis around the reported crime levels and then detection rates across a number of different crime types. So I've got a couple of questions in relation to that. But firstly, before I can delve into the specific questions, I really wanted to acknowledge the approach taken in the presentation of data, because I know there is an effort. You know, it is an effort that goes into the presenting the data in this format. But I think it is incredibly important for us because that's what we've been asking for, and it also really helps us to understand. It makes the whole point of targeted interventions more transparent, and enables us to really analyse whether or not the resources are then proportionately applied into the areas where we're seeing the greatest levels, for example, of greatest increases of recorded or reported crime. So really wanted to acknowledge that. Enjoyed is probably the wrong word, but it gives us something to really kind of sink our teeth into when we're looking at this report. So that's really quite helpful. And ideally, what we do want to see, naturally, we want to see the reported crime levels decrease and detection rates increase. And we do see that across a number of areas as well. So, for example, robbery is down 7%, detection rate is maintained. Serious assaults are down 13%, but the detection rate is up 5%. So all of that is really good. I think what jumped out at me as I was looking at that is actually when it comes to common assaults. Now, whilst the numbers are unchanged, I think 14% of that is against emergency workers, which is actually quite staggering. And of that, 98% were police or police staff. So again, really important for us. I know it's a topic that the People Committee look at quite regularly as well. But I just wanted to, get a sense from Police Scotland colleagues as to, firstly, it's unacceptable. I think that kind of goes without saying. Assault against emergency workers is really quite troubling. But I'm really keen to understand to what degree some of the measures that Police Scotland have been putting in place. So, for example, your safety matters, officer safety training, rollout of the body-worn video. Are you expecting at some stage to start seeing a positive impact on that quite worrying trend? That's the first question.
Thanks, Chair. I'd ask Alan Spears to give a bit of an overview, and then perhaps Nikki from a divisional commander frontline, how it feels around what we're doing around that and starting to have an impact. I don't know, Alan, whether you've come in.
Yeah. Thanks for the question, Katerina. I think you've covered some of the areas that we would hope would have a positive impact, and we're confident that as we roll out body-worn video further, one, it will be a deterrent, and secondly, where it's not a deterrent, it will provide us with some really key evidence. I think over and above that, the kind of sort of oversight of your safety matters remains really important, and it does present us with an opportunity to continually review the frequency and the nature and instances of those assaults and what learning we can take from them. So we're continually reviewing that information. Over and above that, as you know, we have enhanced our officer safety training programme. Data would tell us that officers who've recently completed their training are less likely to be the subject of assaults. We've mandated that operational officers are not deployed without having a current card in hand in relation to officer safety training. So we are doing all of those things. I think the challenge for us remains the nature of the business that we have to do operationally. I still think that mental health and vulnerability is a factor, and we find ourselves all too frequently seeing officers assaulted when they're trying to support other services and those types of instances. So we're doing all of that. But I would be hopeful that as we see a broader rollout of body worn, and that has the potential to have the greatest impact. I think Wendy would say something about engagement through criminal justice and courts as well, around how do we ensure that in the instances where officers are assaulted, that those charges are just not talked away when a plea bargain is on the table. So we're looking at this from every angle, I would suggest.
Thanks, Deb. And the other things I would just add from a local perspective then is we do have body worn in Tayside. We're obviously the first division to roll that out. I think it's also quite possible that we'll see a rise in assaults on officers as people start to review the footage and recognise that assaults have occurred, and whereby maybe sometimes they might have dismissed them as and not had them recorded. So there is also a balance in that space. But locally, we've seen a rise of 11.1% within the first quarter, which is obviously quite a significant number for assault on police officers. My staff and the staff across the organisation do a fantastic job day in, day out, putting themselves in harm's way. And as you've touched on, it's just not acceptable for people to come to work and be assaulted in any manner. What we've done locally is allocated reviews of all of those assaults on officers by inspectors to look for any trends, any training, any specific learning. And then also what we do is follow that up with a full welfare package and wraparound. So consideration of trim, referral to Optima, depending on obviously the level and severity of injury, just wellbeing support and peer support. And again, you know, linking and phone calls from the senior team just to ensure people are safe, well, and that they've got all the support that they need from the division. So and wider organisation. So we do all of that. We are not adverse to referring people for OST reviews, you know, just to ensure that they've got full understanding if there has been learning. And as the DEP said, obviously the kind of wider Your Safety Matter umbrella allows us to look at trends and issues from across the organisation so that we can respond accordingly locally. But, you know, ultimately, one assault on an officer is too many, regardless of the setting that they're in, and it then has an impact on our ability to deploy resources into our communities. And so there's a constant plea from me at scrutiny boards, if you like, around that kind of message back into the community. But yes, of course, over time, the hope is the body-worn video will put people off and sort of quicker outcomes through court in terms of those assaults on officers. Again, we'll provide how serious we take it.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Thanks for that, Katerina.
Thank you. I see Wendy's got her hand up. I don't know if Wendy wants to come in on this point as well.
Oh, thanks for that. I didn't notice. Apologies, Wendy.
You're absolutely fine. It was just what DCC said. So we do work really closely with the Crown Office just to make sure that, as he suggested, nothing is kind of debated away in the proceedings, and that due regard is given to the seriousness of assaults on police. And we've been absolutely assured by the Crown Agent, and I've no reason to doubt him, that it is taken seriously. And Crown Office are actually doing a piece of work at the moment to support your safety matters, and at my request, to just give us the figures and the data that supports it. And I think from early indications, it's certainly very reassuring. There are anomalies, and it's just about making sure, from our point of view, from a quality assurance point of view, we've got the right charge. So it's assault on police and not resisting arrest, which are two different things. I think Nicky's right. I think body-worn video will see a reduction. We saw it in Northern Ireland. I'm sure we will see it in Scotland too. And also just one other thing, the summary case management, which I'm sure you've heard me speak about before in terms of criminal justice improvement. I'm sorry to labour the point about criminal justice improvement, but it's all connected. And what's really brilliant about summary case management is if you can bring forward the case quickly and you can support it with body-worn video or CCTV, then it goes in through the summary case management process, and that allows for early resolution, earlier guilty pleas. So it's all connected. And I think in due course, when all of the various bits and pieces come together, we'll be in a much better place. But I think also the importance of act, don't react can't be underestimated either, in terms of, we know the vulnerability points already, in terms of it's at the point of arrest, it's in the vehicle on the way to the custody suite, and it's at the charge bar. And I think that our training has certainly been adjusted to make sure that we are very conscious of how to de-escalate situations and manage situations. So I'm very positive about what the future will look like. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Wendy. It might just be me, Wendy, but when you're speaking, I'm catching it, but it's actually fading in and out, the sound that you've got. So I don't know if it's something where you are. Just wanted to let you know that.
Working in a castle, Chair, I'm sorry. Above the bins.
Okay, thank you. Katrina.
No, thank you for that. And Chair, before I move on to my next question, actually, just the really important point around the officer safety training, and I know Alan has kind of touched on this, and it is reassuring to know that nobody's kind of deployed frontline without that. I am aware that there has been a number of officers in the headlines relatively recently. I think it was quite a sensationalist headline, X amount of officers don't have officer safety training, hence sort of missing from the streets. But I just wanted, and we know how headlines are generated, and we also know that there is a reality kind of on the ground. But I would just quite like to understand a little bit what may be some of the barriers for officers undertaking the safety training that they need to undertake, just so that I can understand a little bit better as to why it may be the case that not everybody who should have it has it, or maybe you can assure us otherwise, that actually everybody who needs to have it does have it. So could you maybe just comment on that?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll ask Alan to come in a second. I think there's been a real focus on officer safety training and ensuring that everybody that needs to do it does it. There are abstractions for events. People will be scheduled to do their officer safety training, and it can be a real challenge to ensure that we make sure that everybody is up to date with our officer safety training. However, we have pushed really hard. There are really small numbers of people who should be deployed that haven't been able to do their officer safety training. But if you do factor in officers who are on absence or maternity or have some sort of modification for whatever reason, those are the figures that you will see an increase around a lack of deployability. But actually, if you look at the numbers of officers who are on the street and need to have their officer safety, the numbers are pretty good. But there is always going to be an element of people that are not able to do it for a number of reasons. But I do think the key thing we have to work really hard is our operational staff get abstracted, and when they're abstracted, the officer safety training, they're not able to do it, and we push it down the road. So it is a big factor around that. I don't know, Alan, whether you want to comment, or I've covered it in terms of that officer safety numbers. I think it was quite a sensationalist headline, if I'm honest. If you look at the actual detail that sits underneath it, it's not representative to the people that need to do it.
Apologies, Jane. I had to take a call for the chief there, so I was off screen for a couple of minutes, so I haven't heard the last part of the conversation. So apologies for that.
That's fine. It was just around the officer safety, and we're saying it's quite a sensational headline about the numbers that don't have their officer safety training. The numbers that don't have it, if you look at maternity or you look at those on modified, but actually those who are capable of being operational, the officer safety numbers are good, but the abstraction rates for the amount of events, football, etc., really means that we have to work hard to make sure our staff get the officer safety training. It is a priority, and it's something we've focused really hard on.
Yeah, so what I can say is, I know there was some media reporting at the weekend, it's actually really inaccurate. So we had around 500 officers whom we extended their officer safety training for a period of 3 months as a consequence of Operation Roll. I can confirm, because I asked the question yesterday, all of those officers have rescheduled their training and will be requalified within the 3-month window. So we have no officers being deployed that aren't competent in relation to operational safety training.
And thank you very much both for that. I suppose that was the assurance I was looking for. So that's really helpful. Thank you for that context. Okay, Chair, if I may, maybe I'll just ask my other two questions that I have. So one of them actually again relates to the detailed data around the DASA reporting, the ASA reporting. So where we see female up 27% and male up 46% respectively. And again, that was just quite an increase that jumped out at me. And I was just looking for your commentary on this as to why you think that may well be the case, whether, you know, we would like obviously to think that it's maybe greater confidence in terms of victims reporting and victim support, but, you know, if any additional detail you can give me would be really helpful.
Thank you, Chair. If it's okay, I'll ask Steve Johnson to come in on that one from that particular area. Steve, thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Yeah, there's a number of things, I think. So firstly, I've reported to this committee a number of times that across sexual offences that these are traditionally underreported, probably to the tune of, you know, the figures that we have are probably about 20% of the actuality of crime, and we're trying in the background to really drive up that confidence. You'll see in the detection rates, I believe we're only as good as the last job that people are talking about, and that last job we're trying to make sure that there's a detection on behalf of that victim. So we're doing a lot with victim support groups, with victim support in Scotland, with Rape Crisis, and those support groups across all victim types that will try and demonstrate that if they report matters to the police, 1, we take that report seriously, 2, we believe them, and then we investigate, and then we record the crime. So we're doing everything we can in the background, but acknowledging, Katerina, there's more that we can do. We've recently undertaken some CPD around rape and sexual offences alongside the Crown Office, and Katrina Parks from the Crown Office attended the full day, where we're sitting down with investigators and learning from past mistakes. Victim Support Scotland were there, Rape Crisis were there, so that we're listening to the victims around their experience of investigations, the experience of the interactions with police officers. And for me, I think that does demonstrate that people are confident in coming forward. I think you'll also see in the report that in terms of the survey of victims, a 75% rating, which is great, but could be better. I always come across as pessimistic in these areas, but when the figures are what we are, we need more people to come forward if they've been subject to these crimes. And we need to demonstrate that when they do come forward, they get the best level of service they possibly can. And that's consistent with the Chief's vision around better supported victims. And probably linking that to what colleagues are saying around the approach around community policing, this is about making sure that we have the right resources, meeting the victims at the right times. My sense, if you follow the victim journey, that the current model, because of the levels of resourcing, is that we will have officers doing their best. So response officers, first call of service is C3, then response officers, potentially sometimes community officers, and then probably third or fourth hit is the specialists and the detectives. We're looking at a model in support of the policing for our communities that would see detectives put forward to those victim-centred crimes that need detective skills right from the off. But again, that is a matter of resourcing. It is a personal and a professional preference to have those detectives up front. But that's where we are. I think we're improving, Katharina, but there's a long way to go.
Thank you.
Chair, if I might just to highlight also the prevention aspects, you know, and again, it's in the report around the disclosure scheme, you know, the power to tell and the right to ask, and also education programs for you know, children in the 12 to 18 age band around acceptable relationships and boundaries and healthy relationships. So a real focus on prevention as well as detection and dealing with the crime, but being able to prevent people from becoming victims and have a healthier society is a real focus as well through different campaigns that you will have seen.
Thanks for that, DCC. And Steve, I see you've raised your hand to come back in on this.
Yeah, sorry, I'll add perhaps to the depth. I think we see, we're not just that victim-centred approach, but you see through the That Guy campaign, which again, you know, it is one of the leading campaigns that Police Scotland's had. We refresh that, we refresh into this year. So we are looking at targeting perpetrators and not just focusing on the victim journey, which is really important. And the second piece is the Domestic Abuse Scotland Act offences. This is something the committee's taken an interest in before, that we did significant levels of training. And I think the committee were looking at the levels of use of those powers. And again, the report would demonstrate that we're using those powers earlier on in the victim journey. So we're hopefully, I hate the terminology that they're lesser offences, but they are an indication that we're getting involved earlier on in the victim journey and the offender journey. And again, they're showing some significant increases, but again, with that pessimistic head that I have on, we've got a journey to go on there, and we've still got more to do.
Katharina?
No, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that, both of you. And so I've got just one final question, stroke observation. Again, fraud is something that I'm really quite interested in. Really good to see that fraud crime is down 5%. And a detection rate is also marginally up as well, 1.6%. Now, we do know that fraud is one of the most sort of widely reported crimes as well. And I know that, you know, also this report, so I know Police Scotland has done a lot within the space, including the Cyber and Fraud Unit, which is now live. I think that's being referenced further down in the report. So again, I would quite like to invite Police Scotland to maybe reflect on what has worked well within the space.
Yeah, thank you, Katharina, for the question. And you're right, fraud has been on a journey. We saw a peak in 23-24 and then a decrease in 24-25, and we're seeing it slightly start to uptick this year. A lot of that is due to investment frauds, which have been continuing to increase, particularly with serious and organised crime groups and pushing cryptocurrency. So there's a really complex world that sits behind, you know, fraud, and again, our perception of fraud around it. And that's where the cyber links come in, because we know that people operate in the cyber sphere, they sit in the dark web, and they actually create mechanisms that means fraud, and the way it perpetuates into our communities or people are victims of fraud, actually there's a whole dynamic that sits behind it a lot of the time with the serious and organised crime groups. So the bringing together of the fraud and the cybercrime units and putting that together means we're actually starting to be able to see these trends as they come forward, put out prevention advice, but also get into the investigation space. So particularly working with banks and the other people who are in that area, but also being able to deploy into some of the areas with tactics that we're not able to talk about necessarily here, to actually get into the groups that are perpetuating it and doing that. A lot of artificial intelligence, people will know that. We all get texts, we get emails, you know, and they look real and they're not. Websites, data, so being able to push into that artificial intelligence about voice cloning and some of the deep fake stuff that we see, having combined the two units, it means we've got the capacity and the capability that we're developing to be able to look at that. I think the issue for us is the rising threat that we're seeing in terms of communities being affected by it, especially in a cost of living crisis. It puts the pressure on victims and you know, small amounts of money and not small amounts of money to victims. So again, I try and reframe it that there are all different levels of fraud and it affects our communities in particular. So being able to have that capability and capacity to keep pushing into those areas and deal with the different types of crime we're seeing are really, really important. One of the reasons we have seen a decrease in some of the fraud with the cybercrime element is some of the automated checkout frauds and online shopping. Because of the prevention aspects and working with companies, working with banks, working with businesses, that prevention element is now able to come in. So I hope that enables to put a flavour, but we have seen changes in fraud and cyber. But as we know, I think there's a number of sexual crimes have a fraud element. Our malicious communications have a fraud or a cyber element. So our ability to keep ahead of these trends with the right capacity and capability is going to be really, really essential over the next couple of years. Because whilst we're doing really hard work, we don't have the capacity and capability to really tackle it in the way that we need to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from? Yeah, I see Mary. Mary, you've raised your hand.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for letting me back in. A couple of observations and a couple of very straightforward questions, if that's okay. First one is, thank you for the information about missing persons and the investigations into missing persons. I think this is a really excellent example of what was started as good local practice being taken forward at a national level. And I think what the report shows us is some real measurable benefits from this. So that's really, really helpful. The other comment relates to operation intensity. Don't know an awful lot about it, but I think it's incredibly valuable to be able to see the number of children safeguarded as a result of this operation. So not a lot more important than that. And I think if we're able to help children and keep them safe through operations such as this, that's really, really good. My questions relate to, first of all, motorcycle fatalities. We keep reading about these, you know, so distressing, but there is a good campaign at the moment, and I wondered if we were beginning to see any early indications of positive outcomes from that campaign, because, you know, really reducing the number of fatalities on motorcycles is a key priority. And finally, the question relates to the issue of drug supply crimes, where there has been a fall in detection rates. Given the harm done by drugs in our communities, I wondered if I could get an assurance from Police Scotland that they have measures in place to address this fall in detection rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I could ask Scott from our Roads Policing Command, Scott, around the motorcycles, please. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a really good question. You know, motorcycles take, I think, about 1% of our vehicular traffic, but a disproportionately high number of fatalities linked to that. So it's absolutely an area of focus for us and key partners, including Transport Scotland. I don't have any updated figures for the current campaign, but we really do hope that it will provide some benefits. They are classed as a vulnerable group for reasons that I've just mentioned. We are doing a number of things in terms of trying to reach in to engage. There'll be specific events that the local officers and partners have attended to speak directly to motorcycle groups to try and provide some, you know, education. We're also, as you'll be aware, you know, carry enforcement when required, but it's clearly that education piece. There's been work done in areas that have been identified as having fatalities, where they're putting markings in the road to give, you know, motorcyclists an idea of what way to take a particularly bad bend, for example. So that's something that's recently been put in place, and the feedback I'm getting for that has been positive, that it is making a bit of difference. But the figures are still high, and it's going to take a while and a lot of work to improve in that.
Thanks for that. And the question in relation to drug supply?
Yeah, absolutely. You'll have seen from the kind of proactive arrests and the documentation throughout the performance report, the amount of work we're doing to actually tackle drug supply, you know, cannabis factories, seizing cocaine and taking the drugs. the thing about drug supply at the moment, because of the international links and the ability of people to communicate, you know, across international boundaries, it makes the actual ability to keep the detection rate quite complex. So you're not dealing with kind of local suppliers to an extent, you're facing the international market. And I think when you look at things like Portledge, when we have real high-end, serious and organised crime, what that means is we're seeing the end results of that kind of drug supply and the issues playing out in the gang warfare. We then see it flow through into local communities. So tackling that drug supply is really, really important. But for me, the reasons that the detection rate is dropping is because of the complexities of the investigations to be able to get up the chain to the people who are actually supplying it. And that's where we're putting our serious and organised crime focus, and that's where we're starting to see the results. I think it was Operation Gateside that was done a couple of years ago, and they were sentenced a few months ago. That's a really good example of a protracted inquiry to get at the suppliers of the drugs, because tackling the harm that it causes in communities is a priority, tackling those that possess the drugs is a priority, but actually preventing the supply chain. But in a nutshell, it's due to the complexities, particularly around the serious and organised crime, the international borders, and the issues that we're seeing, particularly in fraud and cyber, and how do we track those down and actually bring those people to justice. It doesn't stop our focus, but it's definitely more complex.
Okay, thanks for those responses, both Scott and Jane. Mary, do you want to
two very
come back
helpful.
on those?
Yeah, no, just two very helpful responses. Thank you very much. And I think it is a bit early for the motorcycle campaign to be evaluated, but I'm sure the committee would like to see the results of that campaign at some point going forward. Thank you.
Thanks. And I have Chris Cregan waiting to come in, but can I just ask a slightly related question in terms of drugs?
Sorry, Chair, if I could just also, lab results and analysis. So we've got a lot of investigations in train, but we won't have seen the detections come through yet as well. Sorry, just to clarify that.
Super, thank you.
Yeah, much appreciated, Jane. It's well documented. Scotland has a very unenviable record in relation to drugs deaths, and clearly those the disruption, the detection rates is hopefully part of reducing that. But one of the things within the report is, you know, the commentary on the I can't say this word, proliferation of nitazines and other synthetic drugs, and the harms that they, you know, are bringing and will undoubtedly bring. But Police Scotland's working in partnership with Public Health Scotland on understanding this threat and upcoming work on the near fatal dose pathway. I wonder if you could expand on that slightly. And before you do that, just a recognition, still 200 administrations of naloxone a year by officers within Police Scotland. So recognising, the role that they're playing there in saving lives.
Absolutely, and thank you for the question. The nitazines is something that as we've seen in the UK and we've seen in other countries significantly, because of the work that Scotland does through the Serious and Organised Crime Task Force, through the Public Health Scotland, through the different multi-agency options that we have. We do keep a track, not just on the actual end product of the nitazines, but the actual individual components that then get made into, and then you have the manufacture of. So I think because of the focused work to keep nitazines out of Scotland in terms of borders, manufacture, pill presses, all of that activity is ongoing, plus the work that we're doing with the serious and organised crime gangs. And again, the visible element of that is things like Portledge and Gateside, but the amount of work that we have to do in the background through a whole range of different tactics to kind of keep control of that and try and keep control of it. I think the fatal dose pathway is really important because we've seen and we know that the synthetic drugs are changing. Criminals are very innovative. They will use different products. They will try and find different drugs. So it's a constant battle with them. But the fatal dose pathway is really important, that we understand what drugs are being used, what are they being cut with, and if there is an element of risk, what are we doing with Public Health Scotland to ensure that we're either getting the messages out or we're tracking and managing that. So that is particularly important. There's been a couple of examples where we've had bad batches of drugs, you know, and we work with Public Health Scotland to manage the risk about where do we do the education, how do we get that message out, and then how do we get upstream and tackle where those products are coming from. So it very much is a holistic approach in terms of, as you say, working with Public Health Scotland. We're not frightened, and the other agencies are not frightened to put their hand up and say, we think there's a bad batch here, or we're seeing this. So we're very quickly able to get on top of it. There's no kind of, oh, we can't share it, or we don't want to put the risk forward. It's got a really healthy culture around it.
Well, thank you for that, Jane. It's very useful to get that wider understanding of those insights. If I could pass to yourself, Chris, you've got some further commentary or questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And obviously I'm conscious of time and pressure on the agenda, but I did have a couple of other just brief questions. The first was in relation to court submissions, and just noting the volume of case submitted, the increase in the volume of cases submitted into the criminal justice system, that increase of nearly 22%. And just curious to hear how Police Scotland is working across the justice system to work with others to manage prioritisation during that period of increased submissions. And then just on, I think I'm going to, just bear with me a second. Yeah, just in terms of the increase in partner referrals that's referred to 32.4% increase in partner referrals, and the reference in the report to the Partnership Working and Tayside Division. I'm just interested to, obviously, that the emphasis there on person-centred approaches, on partnership working, both really critical to the drive for public service reform. I'm just interested to hear a little bit more about that, and where those agencies are. Are they public agencies? Are they third sector agencies? Just a little bit of colour and texture in terms of what's happening there would be really helpful to understand. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chris.
Chair, if it's okay, I'll pass to Wendy for the broader, and then ask Nikki to come in on Tayside and some of the other aspects.
That's fine, Wendy.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Deb. So in terms of prioritisation, Chris, this really is led by the type of case that it is and the type of court that it's going to be entering into, and that dictates the timelines. And I think it's quite publicly well known, have been backlogs even prior to COVID, but certainly not helped by COVID. And collectively, we're all working our way through those backlogs. We've taken action within Police Scotland to make sure that we eradicate any backlogs in terms of case management, because the risk of having backlogs is, of course, that cases go time barred and therefore legally are not allowed to proceed into the court and be heard by the court. So that's a real concern for us, and why we've taken some action around case management and moving to direct submission of prosecution reports by police officers. It also ties into, I suppose, what we've already touched on this morning in terms of some of the criminal justice improvement measures that we're taking, and recent direct measures that we have used. We've also been seeking and actively seeking an increase and expansion to the offences that can be considered for a direct measure, because for me, this is all about volume and severity, and the focus of criminal justice improvement has very much been on the volume. So the severity of the cases going into the sheriff court, they will take as long as they take, and prioritised by the Crown and then by SCTS around court scheduling. But in terms of the volume, I think it comes back to your conversation earlier around proportionality. and making sure that we take every opportunity to deal with cases proportionately. And for me, it's not about less serious offending or lower level crimes. It's about those crimes that are too serious to ignore, but not serious enough to be prosecuted. And I think we're still submitting cases, despite the efforts that we have made and the willingness, I have to say, and the willingness of Scotland to embrace direct measures and the use of them. We are constrained slightly legislatively in terms of what we can deal with as a policing service. And I'd like to see that expand. It's certainly something the Chief Constable has actively been involved in, as well as the executive team. So I think there's more that we can do there to take some of the volume out of the system. But there is an assurance that there's also systems in place in national case marking within the Crown Office around prioritisation of cases. And then we move into summary case management within that summary environment as well, to pull forward the cases that can be dealt with more easily. And that means reduce the time frame for those cases that do need to move forward to trial. So there are all sorts of building blocks in place here to try and address the demand more effectively, reduce our backlogs, and make the system much more effective and efficient.
Thanks, Wendy. Nikki, I think the DEP invited you to come in and comment on this as well.
Yeah, of course, and thanks for that, Chair, and thanks for the question. So again, within Tayside, we run a referral pathway for people that come into custody. So that increase in partnership referral refers to the amount of people that we're referring into support agencies. So it might be for alcohol misuse, drug misuse, or any other disclosed vulnerability when that individual presents within the custody setting. So again, really strong partnership approach with a focus on trying to divert people from crime, or indeed get them into a system and support mechanism to help them with whatever additional support requirements they have. So we've been working really closely with criminal justice and kind of upskilling officers in the front line to ensure that they really understand the people that are coming into custody and what's going on in the background. As we'll all be aware, very rarely do people come into custody with just no other reason than what's presented. So it's really that approach, is just trying to understand and ensure that there's a wraparound and support for individuals coming back into the community, so that we can prevent that further escalation or recommitting of offences. So that's the highlight and the increase in the report.
Thank you. Chris?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for both of those responses. Really helpful. Thank you. Nothing further to add, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anybody got any further questions? Not seeing any hands. I've just got one final question that I would like to ask, and it's around shoplifting. It's something that there's a pressure on our high streets, and it's something that's certainly been highlighted within the retail industry. And I'd just like to recognise the work of the Retail Crime Task Force. I think page 46 of the report goes through this. And could you maybe just explain a little bit more what the projected benefits in the direct reporting tool for retailers may be?
Thanks very much for the question, and also for the acknowledgement of the Retail Crime Task Force. They've had some really good results already, and I think one of the key things for us is around the kind of reoffending rates. It's a particular crime that we see significantly high reoffending rates in that. So the benefits for our retailers is they're able to send the information straight through. Officers can then pick it up. We can get the investigations going. We don't have to keep going backwards and forwards and trying to take statements and impact on them in particular, because they do have very fine margins. We do understand the issues, and having to abstract staff and try and take statements. So it's a much more efficient way of getting the evidence that we need into the officers who can then start the investigations. What we've seen with the increase in reporting is an increased confidence that actually police will take it seriously, they will investigate it, and they will go and look for the people that are causing that. So that's the main sort of benefits for it. It's an easier mechanism. We get far better intelligence because we're actually having things reported to us, because there's different trends in what people are stealing. That then helps inform us, where are those items being disposed of? You know, where is that chain? Particularly if it's youngsters and they've got serious and organised crime gangs behind them. So it's a benefit to the retailers because we will take them seriously as an increase in confidence. But there's also a benefit to investigations, intelligence, and trying to prevent reoffending rates. And again, as I say, with youth, try and find that diversion and different pathways so we don't keep seeing the cycle of shoplifting. And I suppose the final benefit is we also then will hopefully start to see a reduction in assaults on retail workers, because we're working around it. We're trying to get the offenders as well, because we do know that assaults on retail workers is a significant concern for the retail industry in particular as well.
That's very positive to hear about these benefits and the progress that has been made. It was definitely an issue that was concerning many. So it's good to hear about that progress. Any final questions from anybody on this particular section? No. I think I did say at the outset that this reporting is a significant improvement in our ability to hold the Chief Constable to account and to evidence the progress that's being made against the strategic police plan and the 2030 vision. And I hope that was evidence as we went through the questions. The volume of activity that Police Scotland is involved in is increasing. It's significant. I think the preventative approach that you're adopting, I think the utilisation of evidence, I think the movement of resources into areas that are increasing in demand or the changing face, I think all that came through today. And we can see that it's not a straight line journey to deliver the vision, but progress is being made. So thank you for that. So what I was going to suggest now is that before we move on to the next section, which is operational matters, the first of which is live facial recognition, that we take a short 10-minute comfort break. If everybody's happy with that, if we could all be back here at 11:56. everybody for coming back so promptly. So we will now recommence today's meeting, and we move on to agenda item 3.1, which is live facial recognition update. And I have ACC Steve Johnson, who's going to lead us through this paper. Steve.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, afternoon, everybody. No, it's still good morning. So in relation to the paper, you said at the start that we could take the papers as read. So I'll just give a very brief overview. Colleagues have been updated on LFR a number of times. A number of members of the authority have been engaged in the national conversations, and you've received updates to that. This paper is very much about the DEP informed the authority, the board, around the decision that's been made to progress in terms of the use of technology, in terms of live facial recognition, and this is really to outline the next steps. So the first thing is that we will continue down this journey using the rights-based pathway. It was clear from the national conversation that there's a number of stakeholders that have very strong views around the use of technology, particularly live facial recognition, and we understand that we're going to have to take the citizens and those interest groups with us on this journey. So that will be the use of the rights-based pathway to progress this. We will identify an operational lead. I think there's an important need to separate the operational use of the technology, and my role up until now has been to progress the national discussion. But I am the biometrics data owner, and I shouldn't be implementing a system that uses the data that I am seeking to protect. So the organisation has rightly identified that there's a tension there, an important tension. So we will identify an operational lead to progress the use case and the business case for live facial recognition. And as I said, the priorities here are to continue the dialogue with those interest parties, to continue the dialogue with the citizens of Scotland, but also to identify and start to develop our business processes, our policies, our procedures. We need to identify the kit and the capability that we're going to need to actually deliver live facial recognition. And that is what the organisation will do in the next steps. We will start to develop all of those things in consultation. We will develop the business case for the kit and the equipment that we will require to use it. And we will also develop our communications response along the rights-based pathway. So I'm happy to take any questions from colleagues.
Yeah, thanks for that, Steve. I'll open that up to colleagues just in a second, but just to recognise first of all, you're restating that commitment to adhering to the rights-based pathway here today. It's something that should be a given, but it isn't, and it's so important to Police Scotland. So really appreciate that. I'd also maybe like to make a request of you, or whoever becomes the operational lead for this, and it's for Police Scotland to provide a timeline to a future PPC regarding the live facial recognition engagement and consultation. And a question that I actually have here as well would be just seek assurances that Police Scotland will undertake a full suite of impact assessments in line with the rights-based pathway in order to demonstrate the comprehensive consideration undergone in developing a proportionate and justifiable implementation and operational use of this programme.
I can certainly commit to both of those things. It would be normal custom and practice and a legal requirement for us to do those impact assessments across the broad spectrum, so we can definitely commit to that. And in relation to the timeline, I think once we've started to develop what the policies, procedures, the kits and the capability, so that we know we're coming back to consult and have that dialogue as well on a timeline basis. So we can certainly commit to both of those things, Chair.
Okay, thanks for that, Steve. Could I open it out to members for any questions that they may have at this point? Mary.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report, Steve. Can I ask if Police Scotland has examined all of the existing legislation relating to this and can assure the public that there is a lawful basis for the use of LFR in Scotland? And could I also ask, and it's a question that's about the timing of all of this, but could we have a clarification of whether or not this project will be included in Police Scotland's budget considerations for 26-27?
Okay, on the first basis, on the report that was given, I think, to the committee on the last occasion, it was a full examination of the legislative framework. There is little in terms of direct legislation as an enabling piece of legislation around live facial recognition. But I'll be really clear to say there is nothing in legislation that prevents the police using technology in the manner in which other forces are currently using it. So it is something that's recognised. There is an absence of an enabling legislation, but there isn't to prohibit us in terms of the proposed use that other forces are currently using. That's why it's really important that we develop our suite of policies and standard operating procedures in the main to demonstrate that we are balancing individuals' human rights, and that anything that we propose to take forward is justified, proportionate, legal, and it's necessary to serve a legitimate aim. And I think, Mary, it's important to note that the sorts of use that we're talking about and the use cases, this is about protecting vulnerable people around nighttime economy. It's about protecting events where people would seek to cause significant harm to individuals, locating high-risk missing persons, and targeting those particularly sex offenders that are breaching conditions and seek to target vulnerable people in public spaces. So I think the use cases, there was an acceptance that in those cases, people were content that the police could use it, so long as we had the right policies and procedures. It is something that the UK government is currently trying to develop legislation, and of course we're paying a keen interest on that, and we'll keep an eye on that and see what happens here in Scotland. So we are keen to be part of the development of that, but also we're well versed in balancing individuals and collective human rights as we do in other areas of business. Hopefully that answers your question on that. As to the budget, I'm looking at the debt because I think it's going to be for the operational lead to say, this is the sort of kit that we want, this is how we want to use it and how much, and this is how it's all going to cost.
Yeah, if I could come in. Sorry, Mary, I will double check, but my understanding is because we need to do the consultation and the pathway and we don't have an exact timeline on that, we don't want to factor it into a bid when we know that that's not going to get spent because we have a considerable consultation period to do, but I can double check on that.
No, that's really helpful. That was my understanding on both questions, but thank you for confirming. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Mary. I have Councillor Chalmers and then Tom Halpin. Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Chair. Your kind of questions at the beginning or your comments at the beginning probably helped me with some of the questions I was going to be asking. So I think I've heard answers to some of these questions, Steve and Jane, so forgive me if I'm repeating. I'm just double checking for my own understanding. So as we know, the premise of the national conversation earlier this year was to determine the public's views on the technology and its potential use. And the consultation overview stated that if Police Scotland decide to further explore any implementation of live facial recognition, there will be a separate public engagement on this matter before any decision is taken. And I think, Steve, that's what you were referring to, and I'm just double checking that. Yeah. And also, I think it's just the paper's quite high level, and I totally understand that it's a kind of, you're taking a wee tiny step at a time. But this, it says basically in the paper that Police Scotland will move ahead with LFR. Does this mean that a final decision on the introduction has been taken? And if it has a separate public engagement committee? I think that's the answer, is not yet, it's about to. And I'm thinking the final decision won't be taken until you complete the next level of work. I'm just checking on that bit. I'm also, we know that there's a lot of engagement in the national conversation. There's a lot of expression of concerns, ethical concerns and human rights, and just be keen to know what weight was given to them and how that will be addressed going forward. And then the bit about legislation that Mary referred to, I suppose it's just, are you confident is Police Scotland confident that the lack of a specific legislative and regulatory framework for LFR does not undermine your decision to proceed and the public's confidence, and if legal advice has already been sought? And I suppose the other bit you mentioned, Chair, was about that timeline, and will a fuller detailed report come back to this board in due course, this committee in due course? So I think it's a wee bit repetitiveness there, but it's just for reassurance, so it'd be really helpful.
Yeah, I see Deb Connors has raised her hands. So Jane, if you could come in, and then Steve can pick up in any detail that you wish him to.
Yeah, absolutely. So the commitment from Police Scotland is we will continually engage, we will do all of the consultation processes. This will be a long process. Business cases take in all of those factors, exactly as you say. What's the legal framework that we're operating under? And if there isn't a single legal framework, then how does that get developed, or what legislation are we working with? So there's a whole legal element to it. The ethical element, absolutely. The rights-based pathway and some of the other CAID and some of the other things that we've brought in. We've had ethical panels, we've used ethical groups to oversee the development of that. So we need to do the timeline, because what the timeline will do is show each of the different steps that we need to go through. How are we going to do that, and how are we going to make sure that we're continually engaging? We've seen it in other forces. There's accusations of bias. There's a lot of research into this. All of that needs to be factored in. So to give you reassurance, absolutely ethical concerns are part of that. The legal element is definitely part of that. As a police force, we need to operate within the law and the legislation. Although, as we've said before, that is a patchwork quilt. There isn't a single set of legislation that covers it. And then it's making sure that we've got the framework and we go through it in a controlled, engaging and consultation manner with everybody that needs to be considered. So just to give that reassurance on the process that we're starting, we're just in the foothills of that, and we will build and bring back timelines.
Okay, you content there, Councillor Chalmers?
Thank you, yes, and thank you for all that help, and thank you for your questions at the beginning, because that was really helpful too, Chair.
Thank you. Tom, over to yourself.
Thanks very much. A lot of this is related to the memorandum between the Chief Constable and the Chair of the Authority and related to it. In terms of live facial recognition, but it'd be true of all the new technologies that are coming in, is assurances of how do we know that the interoperability, that particular live facial recognition will involve other police services across the United Kingdom. I'm thinking Scotland, particularly British Transport Police, for instance, and people moving through the night time or going every year. How do we get assurances around that interoperability? And the other thing is, given the public interest in maintaining public confidence here, is there an opportunity at this very early stage to involve the Scottish Institute for Policing Research, or the new Police for Policing Centre for Excellence, in terms of the evidence that will show that this is safe and does match the pathways that we've been talking about.
Steve, do you want to come in on those elements?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Yeah, so I think first I'll deal with the academic piece. I think once we've identified if there is a route that is supported, so that we see the implementation of a live facial recognition solution, I think there's very much the need to have identified an academic body or an external body that can help us in any evaluation and reviews at certain points once the technology is rolled out. In relation to the interoperability, that is one thing that I think will be in the specification requirement to make sure that we're consistent and coherent with colleagues south of the border. The key area where we are already, Tom, I think you'll know from the biometric side, is around our image quality standards that are reviewed by the Biometrics Commissioner in Scotland. Most of the watch list, so the image that is used, that we use as the comparator for the recognition, is born out of our database from images taken in the custody facility. And that's a piece of work that I will continue with as the biometrics data owner. So that will be a consistency, because that data goes onto the Police National Database. And then if we're going to use it for live facial recognition, there will have to be a policy as to how we extract that image and then how we go and propose to use it. So that's subject to the Biometrics Commissioner's oversight. So there'll be that level of scrutiny on that. And we are in conversations with the other forces to see how they make sure that their capability is interoperable with all of the other forces in the UK and the likes of MOD, BTP, etc. So that is an ongoing piece of work, and it will be subject to the operational lead in due course.
Thanks, Steve. Tom, you content there?
Yeah, just on the academic research area evaluation, rather than going out and commissioning that independently, perhaps the Joint Research and Evidence Forum with the key stakeholders, including government, at the table would be appropriate. Just make that plea just now.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any final questions on this paper? No. Thanks very much for the update, Steve. I think that's very helpful, that commitment to providing a timeline and the commitment that Police Scotland has to making sure that you stay within the promises that you've made, which I'm absolutely confident you will do. The rights-based pathway, that's appreciated as well. Okay, so if we move on to the next paper that we have, agenda item 3.2, which is the annual assurance of operational policing matters, covering tasers, drones, stop and search and roads policing. So DCC Connors, I have you down as leading on this.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I'm just going to cover taser, and I'll ask Scott McCarron to cover drones. Mark Sutherland will cover stop and search, and then back to Scott for road policing, if that's okay. Thank you very much. So in relation to taser, the papers there, I'd just like to draw out some kind of high-level figures that the kind of Chief Constable Officer safety is paramount, and that is one thing that, you know, she has said a number of times. We would like to increase the number of taser trained officers, but that relies on training, cost of buying the equipment. So whilst it's an aspiration, we will also come back through consultation, as we've talked about for live facial recognition, as we did initially when taser was rolled out. I think since we've had it, we've got 2,031 that are trained from 147 response hubs. We've got good coverage across the country, and we've got a good level of taser. We have a good pipeline. There are plenty of officers that would like to be taser trained, and we have a continual churn in the organisation as people move around, and therefore training needs to be continuous around it. I think we've had about 13,000 incident deployments, and nearly 4,000 uses, of which just over 400 were discharges, which is 11%. I think what that shows is the number of areas, incidents that it's deployed to versus the number of times it's actually used, and there's a broad range of uses that's in there, versus the number of times it's actually discharged. It is a good deterrent, taser. A lot of the times when it's even the fact that officers have it on their belts or it's drawn, then that is a really good deterrent, and that is about that officer safety and assaults piece again as well. The injury rate is very low for the use of taser compared to some of our closer contact or other tactical options that we've got, so it is safer. We do continual engagement around taser. We have the National Taser Unit, and they continue to oversee it, and we have the National Taser Advisory Group. So I think that my reassurance on that is not, we've got taser and we don't continually monitor its use. We look at the EQHRIA to make sure we are continually thinking about the different groups that may be impacted by taser, and how do we better work with communities to ensure that our guidance, for example, we work with the deaf community, the neurodiverse community, our guidance to our officers is scenario based, and how do we feed that in to make sure that they're really thinking about communities that we serve as well. There is a focus in terms of scrutiny on under 18s, And since 2018, there's been 15 discharges on under 18s, all referred to PERC, as we know that we refer to PERC for oversight. We also do monitor the ethnicity data, and there is a table within the paper as well. I think I would leave it there, Chair. Just again, the reassurances that just because this has become a commonplace tactic, it doesn't mean that we just are complacent about it. We continuously monitor its use, we continually monitor its impact to make sure that it's safe for our communities, but it is hugely beneficial to our officers.
Okay, and before we go on to other elements of the paper, I'll just break this into sections and open up for any questions that anybody has for Dep Connors. Chris Cregan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, DCC Connors. That's really helpful highlights to the report there. I guess my particular interest was both in the assurance that you've already started to give there in your introductory remarks in terms of having an effective lessons learned process in place, given the risks, and I appreciate the assurance you've given there. But anything more that you want to say about that would be welcome. And you've also referred to the aspiration to increase further the number of specially trained officers, which I was going to ask about. Is your intention to bring that back at a future date?
Thank you. If I cover that off first, yes, absolutely. There is the aspiration. We understand the impact on training and finance that comes with Taser, but there are new models of Taser coming out, so there are opportunities for us to be able to look at an increase, but it will come back through the relevance, governance and pathways before that is progressed, as we would make sure that we do. And in relation to feedback, yes, the Taser unit do review the use of Tasers, its different deployments, and any learning is fed back in, it's fed through the training. I went to the training actually at Jackton the other week and was very impressed with some of the discussions around its use and experiences. So that feedback loop and ensuring we're constantly improving is there as well through the National Taser unit.
Thanks very much for those assurances, and I think we want to place on record the recognition of the positive work of the National Advisory Group. It's really welcome. Thank you.
Thanks. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, can we move on to the next section in the paper around drones?
I'll come in for that then. So thanks very much. As you said before, the paper's been submitted. Assume it's read. I think in summary, I think the consensus would be that be a very positive addition to our organisation and the benefit they deliver to the communities. Started off having one location in Glasgow. That's now been widened out to a location further north and also in the east at Dundee and Edinburgh. You can see from the paper the amount of times it's been used. It's clearly on the increase, using for so many different functions now: events, vulnerable people, missing people, suspects, football matches. Their use is really varied, and there's been a lot of engagement from the officers who work in the drone unit over the last year in particular, going to local police and senior management team meetings just to demonstrate and explain the benefits of having the drones, and that engagement is resulting in further use of the drones. Myself, along with other colleagues, work in the public order space, and there's been a number of football matches and events I've personally worked at recently where I've had the drone footage available to me in the event room, which has given me an oversight that I'd never have had unless there was real specific CCTV at the location. So that's a really helpful tool in terms of decision making, resource deployment, etc. We do the due governance that it comes under the Air Support Monitoring Group, chaired by either ACC or the relevant Chief Superintendent, to make sure everything's as it should be. As I say, it's an addition to the helicopter. We still have a helicopter that can do some things that the drones can't, but the drone has certainly been a good supplementary tool to aid the use of the helicopter, because there is times actually where the drones can go and the helicopter can't. So I say, to conclude, and in summary, it's been a fantastic addition. You see some of the results that specifically mentioned on the paper. There'll be a number of others that we could talk about as well, where missing people have been recovered using the drones, where they've taken a number of officers some time to potentially recover them, if at all, within a short space of time, which is obviously improving the likelihood of a safe recovery. So I don't propose to say anything else, but clearly we will take any questions.
Yeah, and on that, does anybody have any questions for Scott on this subject? I've just got a couple for you, Scott. I know that you call them remotely piloted aircraft system, but drones is what I think colloquially everybody knows them as. So you commented that this is an addition, this is a supplement to the helicopters, which are still an invaluable tool within Police Scotland. But I would like to just commend Police Scotland on the use of drones and the reduction that this does bring in helicopter use, which is, of course, something that has environmental benefits, and there's a best value element of that as well. So I think having the different tools and the way that Police Scotland are deploying them is to be commended. This is at times a contentious technology, so I just wanted to seek reassurance that any upgrade or additional capabilities of the drones are subject to the rights based pathway and that memorandum of understanding between the Chief Constable and the Chair of the authority. And then your final question that I have is around the expansion of the hubs into the north and the south of Scotland. This is something that from local scrutiny panels, I've heard it through Councillor Chalmers' teams in the past, that there's a lot of support for this going forward. And what are the thoughts? What are the plans around that?
I don't know if the Deb is wanting to come in for your initial question.
Yeah.
Okay, Deb.
Thanks very much. Yeah, we know that technology moves at a phenomenal rate, and drones are no different. So, absolutely, anything that is different from what we've already got, or developing technology or developing capability around the drones, we absolutely will continue to have those discussions and bring them through the rights-based pathways. We know the future of drones, and we've had a really good footing on where we've introduced them, and we will continue to do that. We won't just go rogue and bring in a whole load of technology, but absolutely aspirationally, seeing what drones can do and understanding the future technology, we definitely want to be working on that, but under the governance and the MOU, as you say. So reassurances on that one.
Thank you. And the expansion question, you're the south of Scotland, the north of Scotland?
The three hubs do cover the country as the reality. Clearly, the divisions that have them within, a bit closer, so make a quicker response on occasion. But what we're seeing is for events, for example, people are putting in bids well in advance of the events, so there's that equitable use of the drones at these events, football matches, as I've mentioned, and missing person inquiries as well. Some of them are kind of longer term, so we're able to put in bids, and then there's no disadvantage in terms of geography.
Yeah, that's reassuring to hear. Then this is a national asset, and those that require it, it can be deployed anywhere within Scotland.
Yes, that's the case.
Thank you for that. Okay, let's move on to the next section, which is around stop and search.
Thanks, Chair. A very good afternoon to everyone on the call. I'll just cover this off quickly. I suppose the starting point is to just give further assurance that we recently had the national annual assurance meeting, which involves Scottish Government and Scottish Police Authority colleagues round about stop and search, and presented detailed data and understanding without any particular issues raised. Stop and search remains a very valuable tactic to us in policing, but one which we have to navigate very carefully for very good reasons, in terms of ensuring that we have support from our communities that we seek to serve in the use of that tactic, and that we continue to do so proportionately. I think the governance round about stop and search is well ingrained into both policing and the operational space and in the authority, in terms of the way that we work together, and we continue to keep that under review round about instances of multiple individuals being searched, looking at ethnicity data and a whole range of other measures that we continue to regularly review through the governance process. So there's really not a huge amount that I would need to pull out, but yet on the other hand, having said that, it's a pretty busy space in stop and search. Obviously, we've had to put out interim guidance on the back of the sex and gender ruling. We're having to update our audit and inspection functions on the back of body-worn video, and that's just starting to go live into D division. And there's a number of technology-driven improvements that we're trying to bring in as well. And probably the most important is that the Code of Conduct is, of course, owned and held by Scottish Government, and they have committed to a full review of that Code of Conduct, which has been in place since 2017. And it's the intention to set up a working group to support that in early 2026. And what we've seen in the last year is a rise in the number of stop and searches which have been undertaken. I think there's a large amount of that is due to increased compliance on counting, rather than an actual increase in the number of searches that are conducted. And our positive rate would support that, and that it is broadly the same as it was last year. I think it's only a 0.2% variance in that. Complaints still remain very low in terms of the number that we get compared to the number of stop searches that we do, and the large majority of them are either abandoned or explained through frontline resolution. So in terms of governance, obviously there was a huge amount of work done on this over the years to get it to where it is now by Steve and indeed with the support of the authority, and I continue to try and keep custody of that moving forward. Looking at those trends and looking at those figures, and making sure that we continue to apply the effective but proportionate use of stop and search. So I wasn't going to really say any more on it than that, Chair, other than to leave room for any questions or observations from anyone on the room.
So on that, could we open it up? Is there any questions or observations? Chris Cregan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, ACC Sutherland. It's really helpful. The report's helpful, and the highlights that you've made are helpful. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. I think they're related. Recognising what you said about the value of the tactic, but the careful navigation required in terms of trust and confidence within communities. Are there regional differences in levels of stop and search, and what action is taken to understand any variance there? And specifically, I mean, you talked about multiple use, you talked about the ethnicity data. I guess I'm just interested in any more you want to say about the processes that are in place to understand anomalies that may be there in terms of its application in terms of demographics, be that sex or age or ethnicity, and how those anomalies are addressed in practice. Thank you.
Thanks. So, I mean, the way that they're addressed, I suppose, to kind of give a broad overview, is that the stop and search governance meeting that I chair on a quarterly basis really studies a lot of in-depth data round about stop and search. It looks in detail at multiple use. It looks in detail at regional variation. It looks in detail at compliance. It looks in detail at ethnicity. So that is so there is that approach there that allows us to look at trends. And yes, we do see regional variation and regional difference. On one hand, of course, what we see is in our more urban areas where crime rates are higher, we see stop and search invariably higher. I think that's right, but we also need to be very careful about over-policing communities who actually need, who require a more systems-based approach to preventing crime, which is very prevention-focused, but stop and search still sits within that. What I've really been focusing on since I took over the mantle of stop and search about a year and a half ago is to try and increase those compliance rates, and in particular in some of the east of the country, in Fife in particular, we've seen a real increase in the compliance rate that we see in terms of the number of stop and searches that are carried out to those that then sit on our national database. So that has been a particular area for us, along with increasing the access and use. We actually put out multiple use reports to each of the divisions in the stop and search unit, while small in number, do a significant amount of work supporting local divisions to make sure that they are delivering stop and search at a local level to meet the local need, but with that support of the stop and search unit round about those compliance rates, the multiple instances of stop and search, etc. So it's that national governance, national approach, but with a local delivery based on the community need and the crime profile that each of the divisional commanders has.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Chris, you got anything to come back on?
No, thank you. No, I appreciate the assurance offered, and obviously ACC Sutherland, as I mentioned, drew attention to the careful navigation that's required here. So having that reassurance in terms of those governance processes nationally, locally, I think is really critical. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Katerina and then I have Tom. Katerina.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the report, Mark. Really, really helpful. And you've touched on, so my question relates to sex and gender. Mark, you have touched on this already in your kind of opening statement as well. And my question there is, obviously we're all aware that in June this year, the Chief Constable made that statement around, a very helpful statement around the search policy, whether it's within custody or as part of stop and search. And the the position taken, which I think is in line with the UK-wide position, is that it's based on biological search and biological sex with a number of different exceptions. And I think that at the time, it was, the chief was very clear about why the interim guidance was being introduced. It was to protect officers, but also give a degree of transparency to the public. So now, whilst some of it was welcomed, there were obviously concerns amongst the public as well around that exception to where somebody has a lived gender and then where operationally possible that will be accommodated given subject to specific safeguards as well. So my question is do you have that data available that shows how often that exception has been invoked or is being invoked? So where there is a deviation in the stop and search from the biological sex of the person being searched. And is that something that can be made available? So not obviously the specific cases, but just the prevalence of that, because I think that would go a long way to neutralizing some of the public concern around that potentially being, just that grey area. So, if we know that actually in practice, it is very small cases and it doesn't happen very frequently, and you do have kind of the assurances around that, I think that would just be quite beneficial, again, in terms of public confidence in the interim policy outlined by the Chief Constable in June.
Thanks for the question, and I agree, the more data that we have in this space allows us to provide even greater details of assurance. Unfortunately, there is a lag between the guidance and the stop search database actually having effectively through the kind of click and drag and tick boxes in terms of bringing that online. So at the moment we are relying on that relationship between our national stop and search and our local divisions and officers on the ground to canvass and gather instances of where this stop and search guidance has been applied, and to date it's actually been utilised very, very few times as far as we can gather at the moment. but there is still a bit of a lag to actually bring the database into the same space to have that as a tick box available for officers. So we are, we have those relationships locally. We work very hard to try and make sure that we are not missing any instances where the stop and search interim guidance is being used. But clearly there may be one or two, but those relationships are there. We try to bring in as much of it as we can, and so far we're seeing very little instances of where the interim stop and search guidance has actually been utilised.
Okay, thank you. And just as a follow-up, do you have any indication as to when the technology will catch up with the change in policy? And is that something that will form part of the dashboards as well going forward? You might not know the question now, but I think from a committee's perspective, that it's a really important sort of exceptional part of the policy. So it would be quite helpful to have a visibility as to the timelines.
Yeah, no, that I absolutely understand that, and with your forbearance, I'll bring that back as a specific answer to the committee. What I would do is actually what I've got is focused on at the moment, and we are still bringing in the new census data into the system, and that's been my priority at the moment because that gives us a better overview of our ethnicity data more broadly. And that has a much greater degree of prevalence and gives us a real understanding of where we are in terms of ethnicity data and the potential for us to be clear on whether we are searching more in certain ethnicities across Scotland. So that's a priority at the moment, and then we'll follow on with some other changes and including the sex and gender. But I will bring back a more specific timeline so that the committee has that in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Katerina. Tom.
Thanks, Chair. Given the significance of stop and search in relation to as a tactic in dealing with violence, particularly violence affecting young people, I wonder if I might go back to my question that was asked under the quarter one performance report, but it suggested that ACC Sutherland would be best to answer. And it was in relation to the focus on violence affecting young people in Operation Stardrop. We were wanting to learn more about that.
Thanks. So specifically about stop search, or is it more broadly about Operation Stardrop, Tom, and what it is and how it's been?
I think it's more broadly, but in terms of stop and search would be helpful too.
Sure, I was going to cover that in my, there's obviously a specific paper on young people and violence. Tom, I'm happy to give you the Stardrop update just now, but I was going to cover it in a bit more detail in that paper if you're happy to pose it.
Opportunity to bring in. If there's a paper that's in more detail, I'm happy to wait for that one.
Okay, I'll do that if that's okay with yourself and the chair, obviously.
Yeah, that's twice the third question, Tom, but it will be answered by the end of today's committee meeting. Any further questions on stop and search? No. So we've got one final section, I think, on this, which is roads policing.
Thanks, Chair.
Scott, yes.
So just, I started my role as head of road policing a week past yesterday. Managed to do a fair bit of engagement internally and meet with key partners, and I have to say hugely impressed with the dedication and the work that's been undertaken for some time to make the roads safer. You'll see for the figures, a lot is positive in terms of the reduction in serious injury, but clearly a key concern would be for us all in our communities is that we've not brought down the deaths on the road, and that will clearly remain a priority going forward. Through my engagement, looking at the data available, there is no silver bullet to this. It's spread across the country to different areas. The only real consistency is where we've got driver error, but it's not happening in the same roads, the same time, same locations. When I look at some of the data in terms of which local policing divisions have had fatalities this year, some of them are widely different from even what was the case last year. So there's a number of governance processes in place for that. We've got operational delivery boards with partners. On Thursday, I'm going to the Strategic Partnership Board in Edinburgh. And internally, we have a number of governance meetings, a number look specifically at road death, going through them one by one, looking for any learning opportunities, anything we can share it with partners and get them with a great deal of detail to better understand. But as I say, the general consensus is it seems to be well spread and that there's unfortunately nothing specific. As you know, to impact on this, it will be through the education piece with a number of media campaigns happening throughout the year, both through the Police Scotland engagement channels and as well as the partner Transport Scotland and the Scottish Government. Local policing, clearly, road policing has a relatively small proportion of staff, so we do work closely with local policing. Each local policing division has got its own governance board with a road policing inspector attending those meetings. It's something we'll do a review in terms of what data is provided to that and how we can perhaps bring a greater consistency. But the feedback does seem to be that they work well, and it's bringing that road policing and local policing together. In that way, we're getting the kind of not just the data, but we're getting the feel of the local communities as well, and that's getting pushed back through to myself and my colleagues in the road policing SMT. A number of initiatives that are getting looked at just now, distracted driver, the ANPR facilities that they have in other parts of the country that we're looking to bring in here, working with Transport Scotland for that, and then driver awareness courses is another one that's in existence elsewhere, which I think could have a great deal of benefit up here as well, and there's specific groups looking at bringing that in and working with the government when legislative change is required to do that. One of the things that's mentioned in the paper as well, which is a concern, is the 58% positivity rate in drug wipes. Shows you the extent of the problems out there in the community. We've done that within road policing. We've done a pilot up in Shetland recently, and we're looking to widen that across the country, but clearly need to do it in a sustainable financial way. So there's a lot of engagement with the Forensic Services Committee and other areas to make sure we can get that done properly and efficiently. Safety camera, look at the performance for that. It has improved. Generally this year compared to last year, real significant improvements in most of the areas there. A real helpful thing for me, having as I say just started last Monday, is the HMICS report that was undertaken, I think just over a year ago now, with 13 recommendations. Taking in things of a full review of our operating model, the training, the equipment, the innovation that I mentioned, performance and data, and the ACCL model chairs a monthly group for that now to make sure we're enhancing those recommendations and putting the relevant actions in place. But that's been a real help to me coming in here, and all of those recommendations are real tangible things that we can put in place to improve internally. A lot of those recommendations actually sit out with road policing, but they're within Police Scotland, but we've got representatives at a senior level coming into our models group to make sure we're working as a collective to get those progressed. That was pretty much the kind of main thing. I know everybody's had a copy of the paper, but again, happy to take any questions.
Thanks for that, Scott. Could I open this up to members to see if there are any questions? Mary.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for that, Scott. And it's probably very early days, given that you're 1 week into the job, and welcome to the role. But it's probably early to ask you this definitively, but what do you think will be the actions that will need to be prioritised if you're going to deliver on the 2030 targets in the framework?
Yeah. So when we look at the improvements that we're seeing in terms of the KPIs for serious injury, child deaths and child serious injury, they've significantly improved. They're not at the target that we set out for them to be at the 60%. As I said at the start, the main concern, the key concern is in relation to the deaths that are not reducing. And again, there's no a quick fix. It is going to be through real broad partnership working. We've already heard through a number of areas of updates so far that it's involving partners, and none more so than this. It's working with Transport Scotland, working with BRAKE, other organisations. The motorcycle question that you asked earlier on, there is specific groups for that in existence now. We've got specific groups for other vulnerable, elderly people, cyclists, etc. And it is just trying to understand each area to work as a collective to impact on it. We've had the data is improving. We've had a report done just recently in terms of the motorcycle fatalities, and we'll look at the learnings from that. There was a report done 2 or 3 years before that in terms of the general fatalities on the roads. So we're going to enhance data that will allow us to be able to take a very more focus to it. As I say, I'll look at internally in terms of their operating model to make sure that's fit for purpose.
Yeah, thank you very much, Scott. But so one element of that, well, I think a very important element is that partnership working you've spoken about. It's like most things in policing, that they're delivered through those sorts of partnerships. But another key element is the safety camera partnerships and safety camera units. And I noticed from the report that there's been a strong performance since June in deploying a new fleet of electric enforcement vehicles. So I'm just really looking for clarification about the sustainability of that and whether or not you think that can be sustained.
Yeah, so as I say, it's not an area I've worked directly with in the past, albeit through my local policing experience, then clearly we've had engagement. I had a meeting 2 days ago with one of the leads for that in the north of the country, discussed that very thing. And yeah, all the kind of information I'm getting is a sustainable model, but we'll use the electric fleet where appropriate, and where it's not appropriate, we'll use other measures as well. But it's getting that balance between the fixed deployment that we've got across the country and then getting that mobile deployment where they need to be, including hours of darkness in the weekend, and that's one of the kind of KPIs that we're looking at.
Okay, thanks. Scott, I see the DCC has raised their hand.
Thank you. It was just to say, you know, as you know, part of our kind of wider sustainability with the electric fleet and other elements, so it fits in as a part to that much wider focus that we've got, particularly with the estates master plan and being able to improve the EV infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My next question relates to the Police Scotland 3-year business plan. And one of the key milestones there is that you will identify and implement a sustainable model of policing roads across Scotland. So I'm just looking for an assurance that that work is on track, and if the model will be presented to a future meeting of this committee, maybe some indication of the timeline for that. But again, if it's too early to be definitive about these things, Scott, we can get that from you out with the committee.
It's also, in addition, it's also one of the recommendations for the HMICS report, so we'll be running it through that, but I know the DCC has put it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scott. Exactly what I was going to say, you know, on the back of a really helpful report by the HMICS, we're looking at what does our model for roads policing look like. So they need to be combined, otherwise we will miss the point of the recommendations and not actually get to a sustainable model. So happy to bring that back to a future meeting. We'll be able to give you a better sense of timescales, but it's wrapping both of those up together.
That's really helpful. Thank you very much, both. And just, I suppose, safe to assume that one of the priorities there will be reducing the number of fatalities, because it is disappointing to see that that's on the increase. So thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing that new model coming forward. Thank you.
Okay, so final opportunity. Does anybody have any questions or comments on any of the updates we've had in terms of these operational policing matters? Mate, you put it down, Mary, that's fine. No? Okay, so what I'm proposing to do is cover one more paper, and then we'll look at having a relatively short lunch break. So the next item on the agenda, 3.3, is group-based child sexual exploitation and abuse update. And we're back to ACC Steve Johnston for this. Steve.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'll take it as paper has been read, but I'll just perhaps a brief overview. So Baroness Casey in January 2025 was commissioned to conduct a national audit in relation to group-based child exploitation and abuse. That report was published in June 2025, and there were 12 key recommendations. As you would expect from Police Scotland, we didn't sit on our laurels. So as soon as Casey, the audit was commissioned, we started to have a look at what cases we might have had in Scotland or have in Scotland. and Detective Chief Superintendent Sarah Taylor and Detective Superintendent Nicky McGovern led that piece of work here to have a look at the cases that we have, so that when the report came out, we would have an understanding of the position we were in Scotland. The report came back, and that obviously relates to matters in England and Wales, and the 12 recommendations we've also now looked at. The work is ongoing. We're not tied into the recommendations. It's England and Wales only, but the work that we've done so far would probably show a number of things, which I think it's useful to note. The first thing is in relation to the structures here in Scotland. So currently, the National Child Sexual Abuse and Exploitation Strategic Group, which is co-chaired by DCS Taylor, doesn't exist. There isn't a forum such as that in England and Wales, which means that matters in relation to child sexual exploitation have been taken in hand and do have that national multi-agency oversight. The reason for that is probably for some high-profile cases just prior to and during the formation of Police Scotland. They were significantly high profile, and they led to the introduction of, again, something that they don't have in England and Wales, is a national vulnerable persons database. The use of that vulnerable persons database in Scotland, along with the Police Scotland structures, that is the local to the regional to the national, means that the local divisions are supported by national and regional oversight. So if statistics and if data becomes available either on a case-by-case victim basis, we would spot that and seek to support the divisions. So we're in the process now of looking at the 12 recommendations. We have met with the National Crime Agency and with the National Police Chiefs Council Operation Hydrant. We met yesterday with the lead for Operation Beacon Port, which is going to be the operation that is taking forward the ongoing investigations for England and Wales. And we're in the process of looking at how we might conduct our own self-assessments. There is already a self-assessment tool that forces in England and Wales use, provided by Operation Hydrant. We've received that, we've provided some feedback, and we are going to make some amendments to that so that we can use that same self-assessment tool here in Scotland. And we're hoping that will be progressed through the national group, as I said, that Sarah Taylor chairs, and that will be an ongoing review. We will also make sure that we are reviewing the data sharing arrangements. So pre-COVID, we did share data with the NPCC and with the National Crime Agency. That ceased on some changes that were made in relation to recording in England and Wales, but we believe we can work through some of the anomalies and share data again with the National Crime Agency and NPCC Operation Hydrant, so that we can benchmark against them, so that we're not just marking our own homework, I suppose would be the shorthand. So I'm content that in relation to Baroness Casey's review, all 12 recommendations will be reviewed with a Scottish context, and that we'll progress those through business as usual work with Sarah Taylor and, as I say, Detective Superintendent Nicky McGovern. We'll take the recommendations into the national group and progress them there, and that we'll implement any tools provided by the NCA and NPCC as required. I'm content that we can move forward in that regard. Our initial sweep didn't show anything of any concern, but it won't surprise members that we have to look across the data sets that we've got. A significant piece of work that's been undertaken by our data and digital colleagues in the master data management will also enable us in that space. It means that one search could search across all the databases that we have and maybe find some comparisons that we can't see by doing a system by system search. But what we have done to date hasn't shown any groups of concern or victims where we would suspect there has been group-based abuse that's been taking place. But as I say, I'm not going to become complacent. We'll continue to look and see what the data tells us, and we'll continue to implement strategies that mean we can monitor the ethnicity across all of our databases, because as the report shows, at the moment, it's really only on custody and the VPD that we mark ethnicity. We don't mark it on the crime, which means we're having to do an awful lot of manual trawling to make sure that we're meeting the targets set by the review. I'm happy to take any questions on that. It's a fairly emerging area of business, but any questions, Chair?
Thanks, Steve. That's I appreciated and helpful insights into the very good paper that you've provided to us. I see, Chris, you've raised your hand to come in on this with some questions.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, ACC Johnson. Really helpful report, and your introduction, your highlights there have anticipated a number of the things that I would have wanted to seek assurance on. So I won't unnecessarily prolong my questions. I guess just seeking an assurance in terms of reporting coming back to the committee on the completion of the self-assessment, I think would be helpful, and also any clarification that you can offer in terms of the timeline for completion of the improvement actions that have been identified. I'm also interested to know, given what you said about the review here in relation to the KC audit and perhaps some of the features that we have here, the structures, as you say, that we have here in place, and the multi-agency working, the extent to which there may be learning that we can share with other forces, other police services, in terms of the work that's ongoing in Scotland in what is a really critical and sensitive area.
Yeah, so in relation to the assurances, we're still working through developing the assessment tool. Chris, I think the first thing that we've got to do is make sure that we're not taking away the validity of the assessment tool. So we'll do that work alongside the National Crime Agency and the NPCC, and we'll take it into the National Child Sexual Abuse Steering Group here. The findings of any audit that we do, we can report back to the Performance Committee, particularly if there are any anomalies, and we could do that as part of the update around the public protection or Group 2 crimes, because they would show in the historics anyway. In relation to the learning, yeah, as you know, my history, I've been in public protection south of the border, and I've operated with it in my portfolio here, and there are differences, and I do think we have a compelling story to tell in that regard around how we're configured. I think the review that Casey did would show the sort of 43 forces, the separation of the ROCUs, and there being no real national oversight for England or Wales, the same way that we have it here, is probably a gap in their policing system, but something they need to sort out. But it is certainly something here that when we reviewed the cases, probably going back now, 2010, 11, 12, I see Craig's got his hand up. He would probably be very, very aware of those cases. These were significant cases in the UK, significant cases in Scotland, and an awful lot of learning and systems put in place on the back of that learning that are standing us in good stead today. And I think I can say that with a high degree of confidence. So I think at the right time, we will talk to colleagues south of the border about how we're configured. It might be of interest to you that on Thursday, we're meeting with the NCA colleagues here to have a discussion. And one of those discussions is around how we move forward around CSAE. Our sense is that this is going to be a growth area moving forward, but we want to make sure that we've got all of the learning from the past, and in particular in relation to the group-based and some of the sensitivities around that, particularly around ethnicity. We want to make sure that we've got a fact base. So that means we need to get our databases in order and make sure that systems are talking to each other, so that if we do say anything about either the ethnicity of a perpetrator or victim, we're really clear on our facts. And at the moment, those systems don't align, but there'll be work in the background that we need to take forward on that. And I think that answered both aspects of your question, hopefully.
Yeah, thanks, it did, and appreciate the work that's going on, whilst recognising your concern that this is a growth area, and so there's absolutely no room for complacency here. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that. And Craig, you would like to come in on this?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, Steve's absolutely spot on. HMICS, the Care Inspectorate and Healthcare Improvement Scotland have been involved in joint audits of children at risk of harm since, I think it's 2005 or 2006. So there was a long history of looking at the partnerships involved in child protection services across the country, and looking at it from an outcomes-based perspective. The most recent publication was Glasgow, and that was an inspection brought forward in the back of the sentencing of a group of Glaswegians last year for a significant child sex abuse investigation. So reading the key messages from it, the first statement is children and young people are safer because risks have been identified early and responded to effectively. So the partnership in Glasgow was seen as being very effective. And we see this across all the local authorities, all 32 in Scotland. They work well together. There are areas for improvement. Obviously, the big issue is chronologies, tracking child development and the interactions from services. But generally, what we find is policing works in that space very well. I know Steve and his team are not complacent. There are some exceptional people in those teams, both at a national level and at a local level, that drive that business very diligently. In terms of the national picture, I know that the NCA's most recent assessment was between 700 and 800,000 people in the UK have a sexual interest in children. That assessment scares me significantly because it is always something that policing has got to keep on top of. So focus on this, I'm very pleased to say, is right at the top of the priority list with Scotland, and something that we will continue to look at. As part of our scrutiny plan, we will be looking in the next sort of 18 months at investigation into child sex abuse and how that sits within Scotland, but it's not in any particular direction. It's just about keeping that service being looked at with Scotland, because it is of such significance. Thanks, Jim.
Well, thanks for that. Those insights, Craig. I think it adds to the very helpful paper that's been provided to us today, the commentary over that paper, and the responses that Steve has provided for us. So we will look with interest going forward at the progress that Police Scotland makes in this critical area to protect children within Scotland and beyond. Okay, any final questions on this paper? So what I'm going to suggest now is that we have a very truncated lunch break. Would 15 minutes be okay for everybody? Okay, so if we take a 15-minute break and we're back here for 17 minutes past 1. I'll see you all. this meeting. Thanks for everybody for accommodating such a short lunch break, but as always we have a busy agenda and we have to give due consideration to all of the papers. So I'm now going to move on to...
Chair, sorry to interrupt, it's Debs here. Can I just check that we have Katharina and Mary back, just to make sure that we're quorate before we commence the formal business?
Okay, apologies, Debs.
There's Mary there. I knew you'd be there. And so we're fine to carry on, even if Katharina's a couple of minutes behind, so that's absolutely fine. Thanks, Chair, sorry to interrupt.
No problems. You're right to check up on that. So if we can move on then to item 3.4, which is violence affecting children and young people. And we have ACC Mark Sutherland, who's going to lead us through this paper. Mark.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon again. With your forbearance, as was mentioned earlier, I'll take the report as read, but at the same time I will take a few minutes just to walk through a few of the key issues, I think, given this is an area of real importance over the last few months, and understandably so. And just to frame that, I suppose young people affected by violence has been a real hot topic right across the summer, and obviously started as a result of the tragic loss of two young lives that we had in early May, and some challenges on some of our beaches in Scotland, which quite rightly or understandably certainly caused significant media and significant political interest on the back of that. And I think one of the things I really want to get across today is a real true understanding of where we are with young people affected by violence. And it's really important that collectively we have the narrative correct, so that we do not create a sense of fear and panic, I suppose, among young people that actually causes more fear and harm than it does good. And I'll walk through some of that as we progress. So, you know, it says that it's not a singular issue. We know that young people affected by violence cuts across so many areas of policing, and it cuts across so many areas of society, and so many of our partners in local authorities and social work and care services play such a significant role in the kind of systems approach to young people in violence as well. Internally, our governance is robust. Obviously, it cuts across a number of themes. Tom's already mentioned stop and search. It fits into Steve's area under public protection. It cuts across into the kind of broader element of violence governance that we have. But we were actually ahead of some of the trends of this before those tragic events in May. And we had already created a subsection of our core violence strategic group, which was a dedicated youth group, which became Operation Stardrop that Tom has already referenced. So Operation Stardrop is chaired by me at the moment. That may change in the future once we get into more of a steady state. But it looks solely at young people affected by violence. It's attended by a number of different multi-agency partners, including Scottish Violence Reduction Unit. We've got CYPR and academic support in there, and I'll come on to that in a wee while. And it's attended by every division, and it's very well supported by our planning and performance colleagues and our crime analysts, who have provided dedicated analytical reports to all of our divisions to properly understand their local approach that's required round about young people affected by violence. I think the starting point in terms of the trends is that actually our crime stats round about young people affected by violence have been largely consistent for a number of years now. And actually, when you look at the year-to-date figures, we actually see some real positive moves in those particular figures. But what we do see is some changes in the way that young people in violence are playing out. So we're seeing some changes and some rises in and around education settings. We're seeing we're seeing the age of our offenders becoming slightly younger. We're seeing changes in the way gangs, as we would have known them historically, are structured, and the way that they behave using social media. And so there is lots for us as an organisation and as one of the partners in this issue to properly to understand more how young people are behaving and how that then leads to violence on the streets. But our current reporting shows we have an overall decrease of almost 400 crimes in this particular year. We are, of course, concerned about the rise in the attempted murder stats, which sees us having a rise of 12 in year. But I think it's really important that we take that within the wider context of serious violence, because we have a significant reduction in serious assaults involving young people of 38 crimes. So our overall serious violent crime is one which is trending in the right direction. And everyone's been on this committee long enough to know sometimes the difference between a serious assault and attempt murder can be very small indeed in terms of what would cause one to become the other. So and importantly, after those two tragic homicides that I discussed early in May, I'm really pleased to report that we haven't had any further homicides of a young person, and that includes obviously through that very busy summer period of school holidays and good weather. So a real positive there, and in fact we're trending one below in terms of those year-to-date figures, albeit thankfully very small numbers. And of course we spoke a bit about stop and search and proportionality, and that Operation Stardrop includes, and my stop search governance includes, looking at how young people are the number of searches. So around 10% of our searches involves a young person, and we look at a lot more at in detail about the recoveries that are being made in young people. And we're seeing this year weapons offences is reducing, but that had increased over the last year or so. While drug offences for young people, particularly in our 15 to 16 years of age, was reducing. So importantly for me, I think, is the prevention focus. That's where we in policing need to be. We need to be upstream, we need to be in the multi-agency space, we need to be working closely with partners to try and prevent young people becoming involved in violence in any way. And one of the real focuses has been on strengthening our partnerships with the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit, strengthening our partnership with Medics Against Violence, with a number of different other partners who can deliver those prevention pathways for us. We've developed a new violence strategy more broadly, which has a real focus on transport hubs, education and care settings, weapon carrying and prevention pathways. And I think those 4 priority areas are really key for dealing with young people and violence, particularly clearly those education settings and those transport hubs, which we have seen some challenges with. There's a whole range of good practice out there, and actually one of the key elements of Operation Stardrop is to share that best practice across the country. So each of our local policing divisions has an Operation Stardrop plan, which outlines the partnership activity they have, the enforcement activity they have, and the kind of broader approach to young people and violence. And of course, a big part of that is our youth engagement, or our campus officers, who play a particularly important role across the country. So just to very quickly call out a few, from a partnership perspective, the SVRU have been working really hard in the social media space and in some particular areas of the country, Quit Fighting for Likes. Our partners in Medics Against Violence continue to have the peer mentors within the schools. There's really good partnership activity out there, One Glasgow being one particular good example. And down in Ayrshire, we saw the Fearless campaign being launched over the summer period and being really effective with our partners in Crime Stoppers. On the 27th of August, there was a number of academics came together in Edinburgh to look at what support academia can provide to some of those changing dynamics that we're seeing rather than the crime trends themselves. So looking particularly on the impact of the pandemic, looking at that change in social media, looking at the rise in masculinity and that becoming more of an issue for us in a society, and those changes to the gangs and the structures, etc. So on the back of that, we've got some rapid evidence review support for a number of academic partners, and of course that won't be quick, but it's really important as we move forward and build those policing plans and strategies that we've got that academic support behind us. So Operation Stardrop will continue. We are also building a dedicated comm strategy that Paul Thornton and his team are working on. We've been doing some stuff with STV, which is still to play out over the last few weeks. And I think it's really important that we, are seen as a willing and able partner in this space. But we're very clear on the stats and the figures that we see of course, the crime survey from Scottish Government would suggest that there is more crime out there happening involving young people that we are not necessarily seeing. So it's really important that we look more broadly than just recorded crime, and that we have real good relationships locally with our young people, with communities, and that the voice of the young people is heard as we take this work forward. So that was really all I wanted to say, Chair, and obviously happy to take any questions or observations. Thanks.
Appreciate that, Mark. Thank you for picking out the highlights and connecting everything in the paper together for us and setting in a good context. I know Tom's been eager to have questions answered on this, so now's your opportunity, Tom.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mark. Actually, a lot of the questions that I would have posed have been answered in your excellent update, and the breadth of that activity is reassuring. The big question, it goes back into the earlier question around antisocial behaviour as well, and other behaviours that lead a young person into an area of risk. But particularly with the experiences we've had over the past few months with serious and organised crime, and it's manifested itself in the streets where ordinary citizens are seeing it in a way they've never seen it before, normally. Is there a rise in the under 18 attempted murder? Is that connected to exploitation by serious and organised crime as well? How at risk are our young people from serious and organised crime here at the high end of risk?
Okay, so I think that the first thing is to remember that, you know, the large majority of our young people will never involve themselves in violence or crime in any way, will never pick up a knife, and that remains the case. Our statistics in terms of those figures would not point to a significant increase in serious violence connected to serious and organised crime in young people. What I would say, though, is that we are gathering more and more intelligence now than we have before round about serious and organised crime, and the attempts of those crime groups to use young people within their activities, and we are picking up a rise in intelligence in that space. That isn't playing out yet in terms of the figures and the stats that we see. And Operation Stardrop is the operation name. It's also the intelligence marker name. So it's something that we are alive to, and something that we are continuing to monitor very closely and to gather intelligence on. And both Steve and Stuart's teams are connected into that space through Detective Superintendent Michael McCulloch, who sits on the Stardrop meeting, and to make sure that our covert serious and organised crime intelligence part of policing in Scotland is connected into Stardrop and provides that connection and support to the young people in our communities.
I know the DCC's got our hands up, so I'll give way very quickly. But you know, a young person who's at risk from getting drawn into that world might manifest in behaviour that we would have seen as antisocial behaviour rather than serious violence. So it's making sure it's how we're confident that's all joined up. So you know, it might well be that the motorised scooter that's been used in a public road that I mentioned earlier might be seen as a public nuisance and etc. But the excitement of that might draw someone towards more dangerous behaviours in terms of organised crime. So how does Stardrop join all that up?
Yeah, so I think one of the gaps that we're working very hard to bridge at the moment is the difference between vulnerability reporting and intelligence reporting, and how you actually connect the two to make sure that we don't have an instance where we have a young person who has 8 vulnerable person reports on, but actually within there should have been 3 or 4 intelligence reports that actually show this individual is not just being vulnerable but susceptible in the organised crime space. So the work that we're doing with Stuart and Steve is to make sure that our approach to prevention and vulnerability is also connected to the intelligence side, to make sure that both sides of that coin are working together.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just come in, thank you. Mark's actually just made that point. If you look at some of the shoplifting increases we're seeing with youth, driven by serious and organised crime, we also know, we've taken examples before where we've got older people who encourage youth to do that in particular. We've also seen it with county lines, that vulnerability versus intelligence and that safeguarding element that we've got and that exploitation. So we do look at it through all of the different lenses and try and join it up. But as Mark says, it's quite difficult, but we are seeing concerning trends of where youth are getting dragged in from smaller, low-level offences that we're seeing, but actually it's an indicator that they're going to be exploited or they're vulnerable to exploitation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Deb. Councillor Chalmers.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a comment on this, but I've also got some questions that I brought up earlier that I was promised you would be able to answer, Mark, that come up in the performance report. So the first comment has just been fed in from the COSLA Community Young People team. The paper does not seem to have incorporated any reflections on the impact of the new age of criminal responsibility legislation. I think it's about the language in the report doesn't seem to be in line with the legislation. I think particularly talks about child accused, but obviously that's now incorrect for children under 12 as they're not child accused because they're under the age of criminal responsibility. And I think, I know it's a big cultural shift, but I think the common term now used is child in conflict with the law. And I think that's something that our children and young people just fed back to me. If I can go back to the other question, which was on the 2.2, the quarterly policing performance report. Obviously, the stats around youth violent crimes concerning. There's mention of a toolkit that's been crafted to guide local policing divisions on incidents involving weapons in schools. So it'd be really good to know, Mark, if that's been shared with schools, what discussions you've had with local authorities round about the use of that toolkit, and a wee bit more maybe on the advisory group, which has been set up, and a wee bit more about who might be involved in that, certainly from a local perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the point around language is a very good one, in that even today I find myself using the term youth violence, which I keep trying to break away from, and talk about young people affected by violence, and the term that you're quite rightly articulated in the legislation with young people in conflict with the law, but even people, I think, don't like the term conflict that sits within that, so they try to break away from using it, and it always seems to end up back to child accused or youth violence, because that's the term that people recognise and understand. But I certainly take on board your points round about language. More broadly, in terms of the toolkit, so the toolkit is really just a best practice guide and toolkit about actions that local policing divisions may or may want to consider, and the support that's available to them. And it was actually developed in our northeast divisions, following the tragic incident of a schoolboy that we had in the northeast, which people will remember a couple of years ago. On the back of that toolkit has then been kept updated as we've had other tragic incidents involving young people. And really what it does is it means that if a division or a local policing area finds themselves in a position where they have the tragic loss of a young person, there is a guidance document there and support for them ready available about this is how this might play out. Here are the types of, here are the key partners for you in this space. Here are some of the actions that you might want to take out. And actually it goes predominantly into the local authority through our youth engagement officers and through our campus officers and through our local policing divisions to then have that as a kind of ready reckoner, ready to respond to any tragic incident. And it sits as a living document. And Michelle Grant in our violence coordination team continues to update that and gather in and speak to divisions and make sure that we provide that support. So that's how that document plays out. So I hope that covers that off. I think there was a third bit that I can't quite remember. If you can give me that last element, I can square that off for you.
Can I just double check on that bit you've just spoken about? So local authorities are aware that you've got that document and you work with that and they're familiar with it, working with you?
Yeah, but it's through the campus officers at that local level.
The second comment was about the advisory group that's been set up and who's involved in that, particularly from a local perspective.
Yeah, so is that the academic group that you're under?
It's the advisory group that's been set up with partners in education to focus on safeguarding children and wider education community as well as prevention.
Yes,
that's
so
the description of it.
Yes, that has local. I can feed the exact. I'll contact you directly with who that is. But yes, so Superintendent Joanne McEwen and Michelle from our have a number of different contacts into local authorities. I think it's actually through COSLA as well and through Scottish Government where they pull that advisory group together. So I'll feed you the names of exactly who's involved at that. It sits at a tactical level.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any further questions for Mark on this topic? No? Okay, thanks, Mark. That was much appreciated, and I think you commenced your overview with the tragic events going back to May, and I think it's such an important topic, and avoiding those tragedies in the future is something that we're all focused on, and the work you're undertaking, I really hope achieves that goal. Okay, so let's move on to the next item on the agenda, 3.5, which is violence against women and girls. And we have ACC Steve Johnston, who's going to speak to this paper. So back to you, Steve.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon again, colleagues. So again, I'll take the paper as read. A bit of an overview in relation to the paper. Colleagues will be aware that we produced a violence against women and girls strategic assessment and a violence against women and girls strategy. Both of those documents will remain extremely valid. This remains a priority area of business for Police Scotland. One of the challenges that we had was the implementation plan and the strategic engagement forum, and the feedback was there was potentially a dilution of effect. So there were 86 key actions, and at a number of the strategic engagement forums, we were asked the question, which I'll summarise as, well, so what to all of those things? And I think as a consequence of having so many actions across so many different parts of business, there was some reality to the fact that the police effort and the multi-agency effort was being diluted. So we were asked to go away and have a look at how we might refocus the implementation plan, and that's exactly what we've done. We are trying to align with two things and trying to walk a tightrope in relation to the Violence Against Women and Girls United Kingdom strategy, of which there is now a national body, England and Wales, set up with its own resources that are producing quite a lot of really good work around tools, equipment, skills, knowledge, and the such like. And then for us in Scotland, we continue to work to the Equally Safe strategy and the violence against women and girls elements of that. That's really key for us because that exists. It's multi-agency. There are actions there for a number of partners across community planning partnerships, public protection arrangements, health and social care, education. It is an extremely holistic approach to the challenge of violence against women and girls. So the team, and again, Detective Chief Superintendent Sarah Taylor and Detective Superintendent Stevie Bertram, alongside colleagues from the Strategic Engagement Forum, started to distill the 86 recommendations or actions into recommended priorities to take forward. Those recommendations are all in the paper. We will be presenting back to the CEF to make sure that whilst we might have reduced the numbers and hopefully gained a focus so that we can get traction on some of the high threat, high harm and cross-cutting areas, we want to make sure that where we've moved some of the areas into business as usual, we can still account for that. And there are a number of colleagues on this committee that went to a workshop where I committed to show you the Violence Against Women and Girls dashboard, and then subsequently couldn't access the dashboard. That dashboard is now available to all divisional commanders. We make sure that they have access to all the data that we're now moving towards business as usual. And that very much chimes with our victim-centred approach and our approach to getting the right response from response officers, community officers, and as I said, that victim-centred approach. So the priorities that come out are there because they come out in terms of the top, in terms of the threat, harm and risk. So the priority 1, supporting women to exit prostitution. I think the committee has cited on Begonia, which started in Aberdeen and Aberdeenshire, and that's being rolled out across the country. That hits a number of areas, not just related to victims, but also in relation to the focus on perpetrators, and also people being trafficked, and also organised immigration crime, people being provided to the what others would call the sex trade within Scotland. Priority 2, pursue perpetrators of rape, sexual crime, and work with partners to support women in trauma-informed approaches. We are addressing that through training. I've already talked about the CPD alongside the Crown and looking at pilots as to how we might better investigate rape and serious sexual crime, and also to make use of the home system. And again, that is a key priority. Priority 3 is in relation to the understanders behind a very unique and niche area of business, which is around Vietnamese women who are being trafficked into Scotland. The committee may well remember at Gartcosh, we had some seconded Vietnamese officers, and that was due to the fact that we had a high proportion of victims that were women and girls that had been trafficked into Scotland for use in the drugs trade, the sex trade, and wider servitude in terms of Scotland. The 4th recommended priority is in relation to online child sexual abuse and exploitation. And I'll just throw some statistics in at this stage if I can. The National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children and the Child Sexual Exploitation Referrals Bureau, that's where we receive our referrals around the no-cap packages, the online packages of abuse taking place in Scotland. Around about a year ago, I think we'll have probably reported that they estimated their referrals coming into Scotland would go up from the current 35 referrals a week to round about the 55 a week. As we currently sit here, the average is 68. So it's pretty much doubled in a 12-month period. And the latest report from the NECMEC is that figure for us will probably grow again. And by the end of this year, we'll sit at around about 80 referrals a week. And the bulk of those are to target young women and girls online. And it is very much about exploitation of them online. And unfortunately, tragically, we've seen a number of cases, most recently in the West, where somebody was exploited online and tragically took their own life. So that's currently under investigation and an area of priority for us. And the 5th area is around the use of technology to commit offences against women and girls. This is an area of sufficient growth. It's an area where we need to invest in terms of the 4 Ps approach so that we can ensure that women and girls can operate in the online space and use technology in a safe environment. So that's our key recommendations. I think by having 5 priorities, we'll have distilled the activity. Importantly, if you're one of the officers or staff that works in the area, it provides the clarity around, well, what am I supposed to be doing? Because when it was 86, it was really difficult for them to be able to say they were focusing on any one thing. We will, of course, continue to monitor how we perform in this area. We've got the dashboard, as I've said, and we will, in the autumn, be reporting to the CEF around how we've closed off the areas to the business as usual. But the report is there for you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that, Steve. Councillor Chalmers, I see you still have your hand up. I don't know if you have a question here or that's a legacy hand.
It's a legacy hand, but I would like to come in with questions when you're ready, Chair.
Oh, okay, I'll open up to members and then I'll come back to you. Katerina, I see you've raised your hand.
There we go. Thank you. No, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Steve. You have touched on some of the questions I had around this, and maybe if I just and it's good, and it's good, so it definitely is good. And I think maybe if I just kind of paraphrase this back to you just to check my understanding, because I think between the report and what the narrative just now, I understand what you've done, and I absolutely, I can absolutely follow the rationale for if there is 86 things, then what's the priority. So I fully understand that. I think you just talked us through a little bit around the process by which you have kind of devolved yourself from, well, not devolved, but how the 86 actions have kind of evolved into the priority areas, and some of that has moved into BAU. So I suppose what I would quite like to really understand And I don't know if you've kind of done that mapping, kind of, 86 to somethings where every single bit is accounted for. If you have done that mapping, it would potentially be quite helpful just to kind of close that out, because as you can appreciate from a governance perspective, we're moving from kind of one way of slicing and dicing the data to something that is different. And I'm not suggesting that the different isn't more useful, because the way you've described it makes perfect sense. It's just for us, just kind of this kind of accounting for everything that we were covering under the 86. Is that all still appropriately covered, or has some of the stuff dropped off? And, and if it's dropped off, that's absolutely fine as well, as long as kind of there is a rationale for you there. But for me, I understand why you've done it. My question is, is A, how fully is that mapping from the 86 down to what you're currently pursuing, whether it's part of BAU or it's part of something else? And then the second element, I understand that some of the 86 are now somewhere in BAU and reported through dashboards. So I think that's good as well. My question is then on those 86 that were progressing but weren't quite where they needed to be, what happened to those? So is there still, I suppose there's still a program of activity where you feel you haven't quite reached that end stage yet and you're still progressing that. So if you could maybe just enlighten us a little bit kind of on this, just kind of how did the transition happen? Not disagreeing with anything you've said. I'm sure there's a really good reason for this, but it's just so that we can follow how it went from this to this, if you wouldn't mind.
No, absolutely. No, listen. So I think there are a number of things. So one of the areas we've deduplicated. So an example would be under prostitution, we had an action that was around better improving the video recorded interview process. And we had a similar action in another part of business. And it also chimes with business as usual, because we currently have an ongoing review around the state of video recorded interviews, the Scottish Child interview model, and the use of technology. So what's happened in the business as usual space is the technology and the kit has got old. Some of our cases are getting to court where the audio isn't appropriate or the video quality isn't good enough. So we're reviewing video recorded interview and the technology to achieve best evidence. And what we've done is we've absorbed all the recommendations in the report under that one piece of work. Two reasons. One, everything will rely on an improvement in the kit and capability. And the other thing is, if we're going to improve the video recorded interface or interviewing capability for one crime type, we're going to do it right across Police Scotland. Part of the problem is we've got a mixed economy of types of kit for different sorts of interviews, and we need one standard approach that is best practice. So there's a deduplication is one area. The second area is there was a number of actions in there that weren't deliverable by Police Scotland. So we had actions that, frankly, it's the equally safe governance that should be holding partner agencies to account. I'm really clear that what I want from Police Scotland is to make sure that where we're part of somebody else's delivery, or where we are the leaders on that delivery, we have actions to do that. It's for equally safe to hold education to account for education projects. It's not for me as the ACC to hold education to account. I can call them out in that meeting and in the governance, but there were a number of actions that were for other agencies that fell into our plan that I didn't think was appropriate. And again, we'll highlight those. And then there's the ones that, if you like, by clustering them together in the recommended areas, we get that focus, and that we're able to take the actions as component parts to the deliverables in the plan. All 86, I have a sort of tome in front of me that all 86, we can show where they feed into the 5 recommendations, or if they've been completed before now, that we've got that closure. The plan is, as I said, we'll take that to the CEF, because ultimately it was the engagement forum that came back with the, well, so what, Steve? Which one of those 86 have you delivered? And frankly, we've not been able to close any other than some of the minor technical ones off. And I think there was one in relation to legislation. So I'm really keen that we go back to the CEF, show them what we've done, demonstrate that the 86 distill into the 5 recommendations, or if it doesn't, get sign off. And then if you're content, I can bring that closure report back to the committee just to show and demonstrate, or even, as I said, we can do another session like we had, and I can show you the dashboard alongside the distillation.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that. That makes sense to me, and I think I would, absolutely I think I understand the governance arrangements for that. I think it'd be good to see a closure report, and I would be really quite keen to see the dashboard as well. Thank you.
We'll definitely arrange that, because it's definitely working.
Okay, thank you. Can I have Mary, and then I'll go to Councillor Chalmers, and then to Chris.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, you've said a lot about your determination to ensure that the views of strategic partners are going to influence and inform the framework, and that's really good. I wondered if you could say a wee bit more about how those views are beginning to help you formulate that framework. What sort of issues are being raised, and if you could tell us about the timeline for the framework being produced.
So in terms of timeline, I haven't got a date in front of me for the next CEF, but as soon as I get that, I'll share that, because there are colleagues from the SPA that sit on that group. I think the alignment with the Equally Safe Scotland, I think that's really important as well, that in terms of governance that we follow that, because that's the multi-agency piece from which we take our drive. Mary, forgive me, what was the first bit? Sorry.
I just wanted to know if you could say a wee bit more about the views that are coming forward from strategic partners that are influencing how the framework is being developed.
Yeah, so what's really interesting, if you look at those priorities, particularly I think it is in relation to the 1, 3 and 4, that's really come back from the victim groups. I think you'll know the victim groups that sit on the CEF, Mary. They're not backwards in coming forwards, shall we say. And quite rightly so. They are the voice of victims in their collective, and they are able to provide us with direct feedback on a case-by-case basis. We'll also take feedback from COPFS, where cases perhaps haven't progressed so well in court, or that there have been challenges in court that an investigation could have, or maybe should have, overcome as part of its investigation. So we take all that into consideration. As I said before about the video recorded interviews, the feedback was probably due to the degradation of the kit, that actually the audio quality wasn't what we needed to be. The video positions weren't capable of creating an environment that was accessible to the court, which meant we were putting substandard product into the courts on behalf of the victims. So it's those sorts of feedback that help us shape the approach. I hope it will demonstrate to the CEF that we're listening to them and trying to target the things. I think if we've got a case going into court, that's probably one of the most visible areas where if the police get that wrong, it affects public confidence and it affects the victim journey through that. So we're going to really focus in on that and make sure that we're giving the best evidence to the courts and demonstrating that if people come forward with crimes against them as women and girls, we take it seriously and we'll do our best efforts to put it forward. But again, the VRI, the video recorded interviews, is a really good example in point that most of that technology now, there'll be some members on the authority that remember the business case 7 years ago to put it in. It's never been replaced in 7 years and things have moved on. So we are in that position whereby we're going to have to modernise that part of business on behalf of victims so that we can put forward best evidence. So there's an evidence base behind it all, Mary.
Yeah, and we absolutely do owe that to people, don't we? So that's really helpful to know. Could you say something about the priorities that are being identified using the NPCC principles and how that aligns with the emerging threats?
So so this is where we follow in the 4 Ps. Having a police service that's really good at just detecting crime without trying to prevent it in the first place. So that each of those actions, we will develop a 4P approach. And it probably links back to what DCC Connors said, is if we're really good at the investigation, supporting the victim at that most challenging time, doing the best investigation we can, that is reactive to a crime. We need to be feeding back into response teams, community teams, problem solving. What do we need to be doing in communities to help prevent that? Is it better street lighting? Is it targeted at the offenders and doing more work with offenders? Yeah. Is it about education and awareness? I think the answer is it's probably all of those, but in a tailored way that suits different divisions at different times and different communities. So we're really keen that the 4 Ps approach is that sort of circle that all 4 Ps connect. We're not just doing a really good having great investigators and crimes going through the roof is not our game. What we want to do is try and use the learning from these crimes to educate, prevent, protect and prepare, so that the pursue bit becomes just one leg. And on that, in Scotland, we're going to be piloting a piece of work with what's called Homes Light, where all rape and sexual crime is going to be conducted on Homes Light. That will give us the ability to lifetime use analytics to see what's common across all rapes, all serious sexual assaults in Scotland. And we're hopeful to convince England and Wales to come on board with that, so that we can maximise the learning around those more serious level crimes.
Yeah, because this is not a crime that respects boundaries, is it? Or maps, lines on maps. So yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you very much. When you're able to come back to us with the timeline for the framework, I'm going to suggest to the chair that we add this to the committee work plan. So I think the regular reporting on it and the presentation of the framework itself, I think, would be an important area for the committee to keep involvement with. So yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, and thanks for that, Mary. Maureen, what do you?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of wee things. I think it was a wee bit concerning to me as the co-chair of the Equally Safe Joint Strategic Board that our policy manager in COSLA hadn't seen this and hadn't been involved in any of the work. I think we're really involved in developing the strategy a couple of years back. I know I had a wee bit of involvement too. So I think there was a wee bit kind of minimum knowledge in terms of then briefing me to come along today as well. I think the main point I would want to make, apart from please would you go and do that, and can you speak to our policy manager that kindly supports Equally Safe strategy and governance jointly with the Scottish Government, is recommend priority 1 in supporting women to exit prostitution and encourage engagement with criminal justice partners. I think if COSLA had been involved in reflecting on this priority, would have sought to explore whether this priority within the context of Police Scotland VOG strategy should first have focused on the pursuit of men who purchase sex illegally. And I think this aligns with the Scottish Government's strategic aim to challenge men's demand for prostitution, and it's consistent with the Equally Safe priority to hold perpetrators of all forms of violence against women and girls to account. I think while supporting women to exit prostitution is vital, it must be recognised that that requires a comprehensive multi-agency approach and response. So I think, and that's, I know there's a source of tension there between national and local, and I know that our local violence against women and girls partnerships, who are the key drivers of local implementation of Equally Safe, want to make sure that all these new priorities are explored, how they'll implement them together. So just a wee bit of, we've not been involved in this work, so kind of limited understanding, and then that first priority, a wee bit of concern. I don't know if you can respond to that, Steve.
I'll respond to both parts, Councillor. Yeah, I'll certainly check and make sure you've got the details of who we've been engaging with. But certainly I know from the CEF there were colleagues there that were there. And in relation to priority 1, it is clear that we're working with people to pursue men who purchase sex illegally. That's written into the priority. So that I'm not entirely sure that answers your question, but that is the priority. It's about making sure that it's the men that are targeted. But we do know we have to do that. Begonia has proven that if we don't have the right victim-centred approach to getting the evidence, we find it very hard to pursue those individuals through the courts.
I think it's about the first part of priority 1 being the multi-agency part of the work, if you like, that we're referring to.
Councillor, I'm happy to reach out to you off tape.
Thank you. That would be helpful. That would be helpful.
Because I think what I think that means and what you think it means might be two different things, and I'm confident that this is about locking the perpetrators up, but supporting victims in that space.
That's useful then, if you can have that off-table conversation, because as you've stressed, Steve, there's a range of partners have to be involved to make real progress in this important area. So that conversation, I'm sure will be facilitated and will be welcome. Chris.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Steve. And apologies if I've missed this, but just it's a kind of process question, really. I'm just thinking about the previous item in terms of group-based child sexual exploitation, and obviously the read across here to the recommended priority 4, and recognising obviously the kind of multifaceted nature of child abuse and sexual exploitation and its particular impact on young women and girls, and just seeking an assurance about the read across in terms of governance between the item we previously discussed and the pursuance of recommended priority 4 here.
Absolute assurance for the read across. Myself as the strategic lead, DCS Sarah Taylor, in relation to the lead for both. And it is something that I think we acknowledge in the report, Chris, that it was prior to the Casey report, but everything that will contribute there, if it's around violence against women and girls in that space from the group-based sexual exploitation, it'll definitely be picked up here as part of the violence against women and girls in terms of the 4 Ps approach.
Thank you, thanks.
And I see that DCC Connors wants to come in as well.
Yeah, thank you. It's just to support Steve and what he's been saying. So the purpose of this around the priority areas is clear, because it's really hard sometimes to see your emerging threats. Coming back to some of the conversations earlier, where do we need to put our resources? Where do we need to put our focus? Accepting that we need to look at some of the wording in there, and we will absolutely take that away. I think in terms of reassurances around our wider VORG approach, it is one of our strategic priorities. It sits on our threat assessment from a morale scoring and a level across the organisation. So in terms of domestic abuse, we have a really strong focus on domestic abuse in Steve's side of the house with the specialists, as well as in local policing and our initial response at C3. In terms of that rape and serious sexual assault, again, an absolute focus on all of those areas and that child and sexual exploitation. So whilst this brings out the priorities and the emerging threats so we can see where they are, it doesn't change the absolute focus we've got on VORG at all levels, from local community officers all the way through to serious and organised crime, human trafficking, the domestic abuse task force, the rape and serious sexual assault task force. All of those elements form part of our VORG response. So just wanted to reassure about the wider VORG elements that we're focusing on as well.
Thank you for that. Does anybody have any final questions in relation to the paper on violence against women and girls? No? Okay, thanks, Steve. Really appreciate your insights and your frankness with your responses to the questions that were driven from the paper. So thank you. If we can now then move on to the final paper that we have in this section on operational matters, 3.6, which is the International Development Unit Annual Report. And we have ACC Lynn Ratcliffe, supported by Superintendent June Peebles, who are going to speak to this paper for us. So ACC Ratcliffe, over to you.
Chair, thanks very much, and good afternoon to you and members. I'm very pleased to be here this afternoon to introduce what I hope you will agree is a very positive report in terms of the work of Police Scotland through the International Academy to extend and enhance their international footprint, alongside creating sort of opportunities for learning and professional developments for officers and staff. And as you say, Chair, June is also on the call. She is steeped in this. I'm more than happy to take any questions about the specifics of any of the programmes. I won't rehearse the content of the paper. I know that members will have read it. And I think it really does give a sense of the range, the reach, the impact and the benefit of our programmes, but it would be remiss of me not to call out the truly life-changing work that's ongoing in Malawi and Zambia around gender-based violence, sexual crime and child protection, some of which we've talked about today in other contexts, and the value of the review that we did last year in shaping how we evolve that programme, because that's what led to the push into more remote and rural communities of the countries that we work in, where we recognise the increased risk to the more vulnerable members of those communities. and worked really to embed the trauma-informed approaches for victims of sexual crimes. And I think DC Ruth Elder's account of her experiences here really bring that to life. Members will also see that we continue to maintain our strong links with academia across the world through the programmes that we have in association with the University of Chicago and the University of the Arctic and the FBI Academy. And more than happy, Chair, to take any questions or comments from members in the paper or the work of the Academy. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. That's appreciated. I see that Tom Halpin already has raised his hand to come in with some questions. So if I can pass quickly to yourself, Tom.
Thanks, Chair. I've got the benefit of sitting in the International Development Board along with Lynn and June and colleagues. So all I can do is sing its praises from the top of the roof. Actually, its reach in terms of supporting both Scottish Government and UK Government objectives in projecting influence through policing is to be commended. This report is the current year, but I can reflect back on work in South America, working to support building capacity and capability around professional standards and leadership, etc. Are still very fresh. One of the areas that I've asked Lynn and June to explain a bit more is the financing model for this is not a drain on the policing budget in Scotland. In actual fact, it's a contributor, and it brings enormous additional benefits around learning and development. So I'd ask you to bring that out. But the report is a reflection on the work that's been done. So my question is about where are we with strategic planning for going forward and the aims and objectives of this important bit of work.
Thanks, Tom.
Chair, I'll come in first of all and then hand over to June to talk about the financial model, and I'll obviously make some observations on the sort of strategic part of the question. So as Tom has rightly called out, he's part of a member of our International Development Board, and we're really delighted with the kind of SPA input and ongoing support for the programme. We really welcome that and the opportunity to have sort of different perspectives and what are sometimes quite challenging conversations about the areas that we ought to be extending into and some of the risks and threats associated with that. So the strategic outcomes of the unit are really around that, enhancing the global opportunities to positively contribute in that global citizen model, effective and productive partnership models, and increase the skills, knowledge and staff. So from a strategic perspective, I think it would be, we're keen to sort of broaden our reach and explore new areas that we might be able to make some positive impact there. Also really keen, as you will see from the paper, we deliver organisational benefits across a whole range of ranks and various business areas within Police Scotland. And as you see, because of that cost-neutral financial model, it's at no cost to our organisation. But I think one of the things that we have discussed at the board, and indeed a number of other fora, is about how we extend that reach into police staff as well, so that we get a bit more of a balanced approach. But really, for us, it's about focusing our attention on where we can make maximum impact and maximum benefit, both for the countries in which we're working, but for the officers and staff who are deployed on our behalf. June, might I bring you in to add anything that you might wish, particularly in those 2 points, to draw out?
Yeah, thank you, ACC. Yeah, we've got a particular focus around opportunities for police staff, as ACC's mentioned. We've got now opportunities up and down the ranks, and we have had some police staff development. Tina's on the call, and we've got some opportunities coming up in the future that involves our mentoring programme, actually, just because of some of the topics that are looking to be brought forward for this coming year. There's definitely an opportunity there for more police staff to be involved. So it is a priority for us to continually look for those opportunities. As Tom mentioned, the model that we use here in the International Academy is a cost recovery model. So the work that we do, we cost recover in terms of the officer time, the subject matter experts, etc., who support us, and then that finance is then reinvested into the training programmes that we then offer out to our staff and police officers. So, for example, the FBI Leadership Academy, which DCI Wilson's heading on, that is funded through the work of the International Academy. Same with the mentoring programme, etc. So the more that we do inbound, potentially officers, the more that we can then reach into, and these new links in academia certainly are opening up new opportunities for us in terms of looking for wider opportunities both for police staff and actually wider police officers. So we're a small team, so clearly obviously our time is paid for, but otherwise the cost recovery is just a complete reinvestment into our own staff wherever possible. So yeah, that's how we work at the moment.
Thank you. Tom, have you got more?
Sorry, Tom, you're on mute.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, just to develop that a wee bit further then, previously we, in fact, it's surfaced at the main board where we were previously working in a country where the risks and threats actually became unacceptable. And so it's just the confidence of having all these deployments fully assessed in terms of operational security and the ethics around it as well, and that's not just a local assessment, that involves UK government and Foreign Commonwealth Office as well. So maybe something around assurances to the rest of the committee around the threats and risks,
yeah.
in particular where you get ethical and dilemmas in a complex world.
Yeah, absolutely. So everything is triaged. When we do get, we're approached all the time. I was at an International Association for Women in Policing last week conference, and we get approached all the time about the work that we do, and asked if there is work to work with partners or for inbound study tours. These all are triaged by the team here, and obviously the support of the International Development Board, and obviously ACC Ratcliffe is final say on those here. Anything that's nippy, shall we say, obviously goes to the chief. We carry out overseas justice risk assessments and all kind of activities. So, for example, we have a request for an officer to go to India quite soon. Again, it's not a country that we've had much connection with of late, so we've conducted an OSDRA, as they're called, to just provide us that reassurance in terms of human rights based approaches and the work that we're going to be doing there. So there's absolutely that risk assessment and a sense check, if you like, in the IDB. We're very grateful to the support that Tom and Scott for the SP, as well as our colleagues in Scottish Government and wider partners support to us. I think it's important to raise as well, as Tom had mentioned, about the cost recovery. We don't jump in for them all. For example, we've got a very close working relationship with the Royal Falkland Islands Police, which is through the Home Office, British Overseas Territory, and we get offered opportunities to develop staff, and we were offered an opportunity for an inspector to go there for a fairly short period of time, and on assessment felt that the benefit to the officer and obviously the abstraction from that officer for the period of time was not going to be beneficial to either Police Scotland or the public of Scotland, and so that one was politely turned down. So we do look at each opportunity with that lens in as well. We might have budget to do it, but equally there has to tick those boxes of development for staff, and is there some sort of opportunity here for the public of Scotland to benefit from as well. So yeah, it's a fairly tight scrutiny that we use here. We can't just be sending folk around the world for no reason or for a jolly, as people like to explain it all. And I probably should also clarify that the Malawi Zambia work is actually a Scottish Government grant. It's not through our cost recovery. That is fully grant funded through the Scottish Government.
Okay. Thanks, June. Lynn, I see that you have raised your hand. Do you want to come in on this?
Chair, thank you. June has very eloquently explained that and touched, on the work of the board decided earlier. I think the real value, amongst other things, in that International Development Board is it enables us to get a bit more of a 360. So we are always open-minded, as June said, about the request for deployments. But I think it would be fair to say that we primarily see life not unexpectedly through a policing lens, and we can sometimes be focused on the value that we think that we can bring. And actually, it's really, really helpful to have that broader membership on the board from SPA and government to actually give us a differing perspective, particularly where there are perhaps dilemmas around political viewpoints, political standpoints, regimes, and how they treat other people, the broader human rights considerations. And it is always really useful for us to get that through a slightly different lens to just the policing one. And without calling out specifics, we had a really interesting debate at the last board a couple of months ago about the kind of risks and benefits about either continuing with or withdrawing from a specific programme. So please be assured there is strong governance around it, and that governance is not just confined to Police Scotland. The viewpoints and the inputs and the benefit of the expertise of other agencies involved in that is quite honestly invaluable to us in our decision-making processes around it.
If you don't mind, Chair, because that's a great hook for what I was going to say that Lynn's said there, in terms of that governance and the involvement. It's really a sort of tripartite arrangement between SPA, the Scottish Government and Police Scotland, and the first two really being a safety net to Police Scotland in this as well. But it's important to note that there are many requests that are declined. It's not just one or two occasionally. This is it's a very consistent dilemma we have in having to meet these considerations. But the important thing here is that the provision of policing services out with Police Scotland has to be authorised by the SPA, and it has to be authorised by ministers as well. And in fact, that's enshrined in the Policing Scotland. Police and Fire Scotland Act. So there is a formal framework for approval and governance around this as well. That's a kind of bit to give assurance to the committee. Thank you.
Okay, that's appreciated, Tom. Councillor Chalmers, do you have a question? You have your hand up. No, legacy hand. Okay, is there any final questions on this? No, very positive report, and set obviously in that wider context of what the UK and Scotland are trying to achieve internationally and the contribution that you make there. So, and strong governance all around it. So much appreciated, and continue with the good work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we're moving on to section 4, which is the partnership and community focus. Just a little gentle reminder to people that we have read the papers, and we want to give everything full consideration, but we are time bound. So 4.1, which is public polling insights. Amanda.
Thanks, Chair. Just a few points to highlight in introduction to the paper, and then happy to take questions. So, as is outlined in the paper, this is the first report under our new contract, and it's a different format for polling. We're moving to quarterly from 6 monthly. We think that allows us to be a bit more responsive to thematic and public interest issues as they emerge, and gives us stronger data in terms of trends around trust and confidence at the highest level. So Patrick mentioned when we were talking about the quarterly performance report earlier in the meeting today that we're seeing increases in both trust and confidence. So 43% of respondents are reporting high levels of confidence through this round of polling, which is up from 37%, and trust also up from 39% to 57%. Part of that, we think, is because we've provided clarity about definitions for trust and confidence in the question set, so people have a better understanding of what we're asking them when they provide their answer. And related to that, what we think is that the don't know responses to those questions have reduced as people have a better understanding of what we're looking for. And those definitions are in 3.8 and 3.11 of the paper if members are interested in reading the detail of them. We're also seeking views on key areas of policing as shown in 3.14, and this updated question set we feel allows us to focus on public confidence levels around key delivery areas, including antisocial behaviour, which has been covered in a fair amount of detail across different papers today. So again, just being able to really responsively temperature check public views around key policing areas. I'll stop there in terms of introduction, Chair, but happy to take questions.
Thank you, Amanda. Does anybody have any questions for Amanda in relation to this paper? No, I've got a couple that I would just like to come in on and ask. So the first one is really just to note that the potential added value of moving to quarterly. You know, that hope that you've got for improved responsiveness to topical public interest issues, because the rate of change in society appears to be ever increasing. So hopefully that is something that will really help. So I was pleased to read that in the paper. And the other thing, that the question I'd like to ask is, this is important evidence that is being gathered. Often it's based on perception because people don't always have that direct interaction with the police. So it's important to set that alongside other polling work and other sources of evidence within the wider policing justice system, you know, so that we get from that comprehensive suite of evidence and data sources, you know, we can draw conclusions, target activity, resources, etc. So I'm just looking for assurances that this is all being set alongside those other sources of evidence.
Absolutely, Chair. So the next item on the agenda is the Scottish Government-led Crime and Justice Survey, and we use the authorities' independent polling, which is a representative sample of the population, so not always people who have any experience of policing or crime. The Crime and Justice Survey, which is about people's experience of being victims of crime, whether it's been reported or not, and then alongside that, the wealth of data that Police Scotland gather through user experience, and the Your Police survey, that gives us really strong triangulation of data across experiences of different groups, and means that we can rely on what we're feeling around either increases or decreases. While the numbers are not identical, they give us a feel for sentiment across the population, which is really helpful.
Okay, thanks for that, Amanda. And you've given us a nice segue into the next paper. Does anybody have any further questions for Amanda on this? No, so thanks for that, Amanda. And it builds on the good work that was done under the previous contract, and we look forward to the contribution this will make into insights and understanding of how the public are receiving and perceiving policing within Scotland. So thank you. Okay, so we now move on to 4.2, which is the Scottish Crime and Justice Survey, and we're joined by colleagues from Scottish Government. And I have down here that Mark Bell and Robert Cook will lead us through this paper. So over to you, either Mark or Robert. I'm not sure who's going to speak first.
Hi, yeah, I'm Robert Cook, and I've got a PowerPoint to talk over. There's just a few slides. I'll see if I can share that. Okay. So not quite. Okay, if you can let me, is that working for you?
Oh, good.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the 2023-24 Scottish Crime Justice Survey, which we published on 10th of June, and I can share the full paper if you want. I'll skip over this slide about how it works, but if there's any questions, can go back to it. So what we found is that 1 in 5 adults, 20%, were victims of some kind of crime in that year, 2.9% of violent crime, 10% for both property and for fraud and computer misuse.
Sorry, Robert, you're just showing your first slide. It's not the. It's just the PowerPoint page.
Right. Okay.
There you go.
I'll just stick on this page just to avoid any problems with this, if that's okay. It doesn't seem to be moving on, but so we've seen a long-term decrease until 21-22, and then we saw an increase from 10% to 12% in the most recent stats, but that's similar to before COVID. But on violent crime, it's a much bigger change that we've seen. So after 21-22 to 23-24, there was a 73% increase in violent crime, which is not something that we've seen changes that large before, although it's still 27% lower than 2008 and is about the same as it was before COVID. But there's this increase from 1.7% of the population to 2.9% being victims of violent crime. And as well as those changes in the volume underneath it, we're seeing differences in the nature of it. So over the long term, we've seen an increase from around a quarter of violence taking place in the victim's workplace in 2008 to being almost half in the most recent stats. And we also saw a big change in the age of the perpetrators of violent crime. So previously around 10% of perpetrators were aged under 16, and in 23-24 it increased to 1 in 3.
Have we lost Robert there?
Workplace, and most of those seem to be in educational care roles. We've also seen changes.
Robert,
we lost you for just a second there, but you're back. You're not sharing your video anymore.
Ah, jeez. Okay. I'll try and share again, but there's also seen changes in alcohol and drugs over time, that the proportion of violent crime involving drugs has shown a long-term increase from 5% to 15% in the most recent survey, whereas with alcohol it's shown a long-term decrease from where it's alcohol only from 40% to 4%. But we've also got now the biggest group is with alcohol and drugs together. Public police reporting of crime, so crime reported to the police before COVID, most years we saw around 40% of crime picked up by the survey being reported to the police. And after COVID, we've seen around 30% in the last 2 surveys. There's a big difference between different types of crime. So about 44% of violent crime being reported to the police, around a quarter of property crime, and only about 10% of fraud and computer misuse, which is bringing the average down because this is the first time we've included fraud. So maybe because of that, we've seen some differences between the trends with recorded crime. In the long term, they're both very similar. There's been a large decrease, but in the last few years, the comparable recorded crime hasn't seen this fluctuation that we've seen in the survey. It's remained steady or slightly decreasing each time. We also ask about people's perceptions of crime and safety. So people asked about what they think is crime rate in their local area and national, and 71% of people thought the crime had stayed the same or reduced locally, and 41% thought that nationally. So almost half of people thought crime had increased nationally, which is up from 21-22, but similar to before COVID. And people's feelings of safety in their local area, about 75% of adults felt safe walking alone after dark, up from 66% in 2008, but unchanged in the last few years. And as usual, we see a big difference between men and women, with 89% of males feeling safe in the local area after dark and 63% of females. Public perception of the police has shown a long-term decrease over the last decade or so. So 45% of people thought that police in their local area were doing an excellent or good job, compared to 49% in 21-22. And that's down from when this question was first asked. 61% of people were confident in 2012-13. This is a chart showing all those years of that just declining slightly. And then we also asked for different measures of confidence in the police on different aspects, and that showed an increase after 2008, and then a long-term decrease for the last decade or so. So many of these things are still positive, above 50%, such as investigated incidents, solving crimes, but still things like preventing crime, it's now less than 50%. So we've seen similar trends for the justice system overall, and we've also seen similar decreases in England and Wales. So it does seem to be a thing across the board with that. So that's all that I've got to present just now, so I'll hand back.
Thanks, Robert. Appreciate that. Could I open it up to colleagues for any questions that they have for Robert or Mark? Mary, I see you've raised your hand. I can't see you on the screen, but I can see you've raised your hand. Oh, there you are. You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, pressed all the wrong buttons, sorry. Yeah, just to welcome the paper, I think it's very, very useful information there. But I noticed in the report, though, that confidence in the police has largely been falling steadily since 2014-15. And confidence in the police's ability to prevent crime has also decreased to a pretty low level. And I wondered maybe if we know whether this trend is mirrored in other police-led surveys looking at confidence in policing, and if so, what action Police Scotland is taking about it.
Well, I mean, I think that might be part of that, maybe for Police Scotland colleagues or the SPA colleagues to respond to. But certainly, as Robert said, we're seeing similar patterns, like south of the border as well. It's not just a sort of Scotland only issue, and in other areas, and other surveys looking at other public sectors as well, showing sort of falling confidence levels as well. So it's not just restricted to police, but happy for other colleagues to come in on the details.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Jane, you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you. I always find it interesting because the longer term trends, if you look at some of our Q1 data compared to Q1 last year, the kind of year versus previous year trends, we're actually showing confidence starting to increase. But if you look at that longer term trend, it doesn't match. So we're always conscious about the longer term trend rather than just the initial ones that we're sitting in. And certainly, I think, as Amanda said on the previous report, the questions are really important. So in terms of what we're doing about it, and I think I spoke earlier, particularly focusing at a local level, and that's where the visibility, policing for our communities, that's why that's so important, because we know that trust and confidence is driven by visibility and our ability to listen and deal with local problems. So that's the big focus. Also the cultural aspect, which I talk about at the beginning, which is communities and victims first. So as police officers and staff, every single interaction should have your communities and your victims at the heart of what you say and do. That's the cultural change internally about how we behave towards our colleagues, how we dress, how we talk to people, how we interact with the community. So there's a big push on that cultural shift that I would expect to then see replicated out in some of the confidence and the trust areas. As you know from Policing Together, there's a huge amount of work being done with different demographics and different communities to make sure it's not just a broad brush, but we're actually looking at what each individual areas look at. So I think for us, it's making sure that we're looking at the long-term trends and being really clear what are the drivers of confidence and how do we make sure that we stay on top of that, doing it at a local level and making sure that we're addressing that. I think if you look at the VORG, how we actually interact with our communities in terms of VORG and our stakeholders, all of those layers, and then a national aspect, what are we doing culturally and how are we progressing and projecting ourselves out when we're at different meetings as well. So a lot of work going on, but I think for me, it's a focus on, you just look at the snapshot in front of you, you could be lulled into a false sense of security, I think is what I'm saying. You've always got to be able to look at the longer, wider trends that are going on in policing.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Mary. Tom?
Yeah, so I recognise what you're saying there. Reality is perception is drives a lot of fear of crime, etc. as well. And this discrepancy between what's happening locally and what's happening nationally, and if a bigger fear than national, and then you go into demographic difference, etc. So the question is, if people are more informed, then they make more rational assessments of where they are. So what's the comms plan like this? How does it join up between what police are doing and what government are doing, etc.? How do we feed this back to the public rather than just through graphs and surveys? What's the messages that go alongside it? And how do we do that?
Thanks, Tom. We would like to come in on this first because Tom's asking for a government perspective and from a policing perspective here. So I don't know if colleagues from Scottish Government want to come in on this first.
I'm afraid I think that I'm happy to have a look into some of that on our end, but that's maybe one for our sort of policy colleagues and our communications colleagues to kind of respond to. It's not really something that we're that familiar with the details of, but obviously like our kind of violence reduction teams and things, we might have something to say. So happy if it's useful to collect details and sort of pass that question on if that's appropriate and okay.
I think that would be very helpful, Mark, to give us that insight and understanding. So we can make contact off table through your teams and develop that. So thank you.
Yeah, fine,
Jane,
no problem.
Jane, from a policing perspective.
Yeah, and Tom McMahon hopefully will be able to come in and add a flavour as well. And I think we're trying to be more visible in terms of putting on either social media. You know, you've got Facebook, you've got TikTok. How are we actually reaching the different areas of the communities? So you can do newsletters, you know, but older communities, they don't particularly will go on social media. So for us, it's a multi-layered approach about how we do it. But I think actually telling the story better of what's going on in the local communities and making that link, because if you see some of the Portledge stuff, for example, where we're going through doors and we've got people going with us, how do you make that link so people realise that you are doing that activity, but it also improves kind of the local communities? So for us, it's multi-layered in terms of how we actually visibly representing ourselves on social media, being more proactive in inviting the media along with us as well. That's something that we've been doing very successfully, trying to get ahead in terms of the narrative rather than waiting for it to come to us. So we try and be much more proactive about press releases, etc. And it is being able to have a coordinated comms approach from the very local all the way up to kind of the senior levels and everything that we do. But Tom has a much better handle on that because that's his area of business.
Thanks, Deb. Chair, if I can come in very briefly. I don't have much to add to what the Deb has described, other than to give reassurance to the committee that that's work that I'm doing with Steve Smith and the corporate communications team in terms of proactivity, in terms of multi-channel, in terms of engagement with local commanders, making sure that we've got consistency of messaging. The 2030 vision has greatly helped us in that regard. There's consistency, and I think also, as we are doing, for example, in the context of developing our spending review narrative that I know is a subject of discussion, drawing on external survey work such as the Crime and Justice Survey from government, I think is valuable. There is a consistency of messaging, as the DEP has referred to, about long-term position and confidence, but we're looking to build confidence, and that approach to media and engagement is a central part of that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Amanda.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just Mr. Halpin will be much more familiar with this, but for benefit of others on the call, one of the things that came out of our Community Confidence Action Research project was, as the DCC has just described, was that really localised communication. So what are the things that are happening in my neighbourhood and how are they making a difference? And that work across the 4 areas of Community Confidence Action Research is really bedded in. But one of the other things that we're doing just to get messages out more widely is the authority published a a public briefing on our website around public confidence over a year ago now because of the publication of the Crime and Justice Survey data. We're taking the opportunity to update that, and we'll push that out again, and that just helps people understand all the different questions that are asked, what they mean and how levels are changing, and that allows us, again, as the DCC has said, to show trends over time, so that it's a more complete picture of trust and confidence than a snapshot in time.
Okay, thank you for that, Amanda. Does anybody else have any more questions on this paper at this moment in time? No? Okay, I think we've got, strong assurance that this survey work is actually considered alongside other strong pieces of evidence in terms of the way that the executive within Police Scotland will then determine how to make best use of resources going forward. So thank you for that. Thank you for taking the time to come along today. It is much appreciated, colleagues from Scottish Government.
No worries. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Okay, so staying on partnership and community focus, we now come to COSLA's update report 4.3, and I have Councillor Maureen Chalmers is going to lead on this for us.
Thank you, Chair. This paper provides the committee with an update on some key areas of COSLA's work which may be of interest to the committee. I just want to highlight a couple of areas. First is community cohesion, which is a very live area for COSLA at the moment. We had a really lengthy discussion on this at both the Community Wellbeing Board and at COSLA Leaders a couple of weeks ago. Members raised concerns about the spread of misinformation, racism and extremist narratives within communities, noting local incidents and the risks of rising tensions. They stressed that stronger national and local coordination, early integration support and collective leadership across all levels of government are necessary to counter division, build cohesion and prevent future escalation. I'm very aware that local authorities are working locally to shape appropriate responses with Police Scotland colleagues, and I'm really grateful for the partnership working that we have well established at local level. The paper also highlights the issue of antisocial behaviour. The Community Wellbeing Board again considered the recommendations of the Independent Working Group on Antisocial Behaviour at its last meeting. This was another area of great interest for members, with councillors really stressing the importance of flexibility in local responses, as well as existing good work already taking place. Work will continue in this area with both Scottish Government and Police Scotland. And I thought I would also highlight to the committee that an elected members' briefing on marches and parades will be published on the Improvement Services website very soon, and the briefing aims to inform and share good practice on the responsibility for and process of facilitating peaceful processions in Scotland. And just finally, the paper touches on a really constructive meeting that myself and the President had with the Chief Constable and the Chair of the SPA on the 13th of August, where it was a really positive discussion touching on a number of issues, including councillor safety, which is an ongoing and serious concern for us at COSLA. So hopefully that's helpful, and at least it's in the background as well as myself if there's any questions. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you, Councillor Chalmers. It's very helpful, and what strikes me is how so much of this we've touched on, the threads that you've picked up on run throughout so much of the reporting that we've had today, and really pleased to hear that you've had that recent meeting with the Chair of the SPA and the Chief Constable, and I'm sure they reiterated their commitment to joint working, because these are complex issues that you've touched on here today, and these are issues that absolutely require people to come together to make progress on these areas. So could I open this out to questions from colleagues for Councillor Chalmers? Mary.
Thank you very much. Not really a question, thank you, Councillor, but just to highlight that as you would be able to tell from today, and I know you know already because you're very involved in the work, we are continuing as an authority to focus on antisocial behaviour, and that's clearly a major issue for COSLA and your members. And we've referred today to the polling that's been undertaken to understand the experience across different communities and why it's different across the country. And really just to say we very much welcome COSLA's continued focus on developing a partnership response to this issue, which is so important for our local communities. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Could I ask you a question on community cohesion? I mean, this is a really complex matter at this moment in time, and locally and pan-Scotland, we can collectively work towards this, but it spans the UK and it's an international issue. Does COSLA have connections, you know, within the UK and internationally that are going to, you know, assist in this complex issue?
We do indeed. In fact, just 2 or 3 months ago, the President and I took part in, I think I'm going to get this wrong, but I think it's Global Cities Alliance, and there was representatives from across the world. It was a women's event, and it was there was a mayor from America, USA, from Idaho. There was someone from Uganda, Malawi, right across the world, and the President and I were representing current views. It was about elected members' role and the pressures on elected members. It was an excellent event, and they've got lots of strands of work that some of our officers in COSLA are already engaged in. And another area of work that we're kind of starting to look at carefully with our UK government colleagues is the way that violence against women and girls has been used in some of the rhetoric and the protests recently. You'll be aware of kind of a view around about our asylum and people are seeking asylum and refugees, about folk defending our women and girls against these people who are coming. That's the kind of line it's taken, and almost setting up vigilante groups round about that. And this is kind of obviously quite distressing for people. So there's a lot of work going on and develop a community cohesion strategy at a UK level, but they hadn't looked at this part of the work. So we're going to be working with them on that. And then secondly, within COSLA, we're developing a community cohesion strategy that will come to our convention in November. And we have been consulting with colleagues widely around that, including internationally.
Okay, that's helpful to understand that and get some insights, and I wish you success with it going forward.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any further questions at this point for Councillor Chalmers or Elisa? No? Okay. Thank you very much for that paper. So moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is 4.4, which is the Mental Health Distress Framework for Collaboration, the annual report. And I have Amanda Coulthard down and Kirsten McPhee, who's the head of the unit at the Scottish Government, who are going to lead us. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. So again, just a few words of introduction to the paper. I am presenting as one of the co-chairs of the Partnership Delivery Group, so not all of our own work that we're describing here, but an opportunity just to present the partnership work that's underway. So mental health distress in particular has been a key area of focus for the authority since 2022. And I think it's fair to say we were delighted that there was such widespread partnership support for the creation of the Distress Partnership Delivery Group at the end of 2023, and committee have had updates on the background to this work as we've progressed it. The framework for collaboration and support and commitments reflect common areas of focus that had been agreed through Partnership Delivery Group, building on strong positive work that's already underway in relation to mental health and wellbeing more widely. The Mental Health and Wellbeing National Strategy sits across both COSLA and Scottish Government, and what we are looking at is a very small subset of the commitments that are made in terms of mental health and wellbeing nationally. It's not new work at all, but reflects a renewed partnership focus and commitment to taking action to support individuals who are in distress and or crisis. The framework and commitments are linked in the document. They were published in February of this year. So at this point, we're reporting on our first 6 months of delivery. We'll report in September each year over the lifetime of the framework. The report through section 3 describes progress against each of our 5 work streams that have been committed to, and it draws out some of our early successes across those work streams, such as the launch of the Mental Health Index at paragraph 3.8, the increasing adoption of distress brief interventions across policing, which is paragraphs 313 to 317, the increasing development of community-based provision across third sector organisations at paragraphs 3.24 to 3.27, and the range of academic evidence and data-based work that's described in paragraphs 3.30 to 3.33. And then finally, in section 4 of the report, we describe the emerging performance framework. It will underpin the published documents and support reporting of progress and delivery of outcomes. And you'll see in section 4.4 onwards, we outline a short suite of high-level policing metrics that help set a context and baseline for the work that's underway. It shows data for both 2023 and 23-24 and 24-25, sorry, which gives us a really good baseline before most of this work was commenced. It shows that mental health related incidents have reduced very marginally, although the percentage of those as part of overall incidents has increased by around 2%. But what's really positive in the data that we're presenting is Police Scotland's use of the mental health pathway, which is up 36% over that period, which really shows the value of internal training for C3 in particular, to ensure that individuals who are contacting policing at the point of distress or crisis are able to be diverted to the most appropriate agency to provide them with support at that time, ensuring obviously that there is no policing demand in the call and that there's no requirement for a police attendance in the first instance, but where it's appropriate, those calls are being diverted straight into NHS 24 and providing people with appropriate health intervention and advice at the time that they need it. Happy to take questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Can I open it up for questions? Chris Cregan.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks Amanda for the report, and the introduction to the report's really helpful. I guess the commitment to collaboration and partnership is really critical here in terms of making this work. And I guess I'm just keen to understand: is everybody who needs to be involved in the partnership, and critically, if they're involved, is everybody actively participating? Is anybody missing in that respect? Because I'm keen to understand, where there might be barriers that need to be addressed in terms of taking this work forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, so we have core partners around the table at the moment, and I think as we have developed over the lifetime of the Partnership Delivery Group, we have identified other partners that we think are relevant that hadn't initially been invited along. So we're currently exploring membership from Social Work Scotland and the Chief Officers Group of the Integrated Joint Boards for Scotland, recognising that much of the delivery that we're talking about sits at that local community-based provision level. So it really needs colleagues from social work and IJBs to be involved in the discussion. Linked to that, we have good representation from mental health colleagues at a national level, but we know that much of the work that we're trying to do sits in acute NHS care, so we need to ensure that we've got the right NHS representation around the table, and that's an ongoing conversation. It's challenging to engage with all of the territorial boards in a consistent way, and a lot of that engagement works best at a local partnership level between divisional commanders and their chief officer groups, but we want to make sure that we've got that good national commitment and representation from NHS Scotland colleagues as well. So the membership is evolving, and I think it will continue to. We're keen to explore relationships with colleagues across adult support and protection, recognising that many of the challenges that we're talking about in that mental health distress and crisis space are much more wider vulnerability challenges, and we want to make sure that we're being consistent with all the partners. But I think certainly social work, IJBs and acute NHS are where we're keen to draw out that stronger commitment and membership around the table so that we're aligning the work plans.
Thanks, Amanda. That's really helpful. I guess goes without saying that the kind of the follow-up question to that really is: are you confident? You've got the measures in place to drive that more effective collaboration with those partners and at local level.
Yeah, I think the partnership delivery group model that we're using works well and allows a relatively informal relationship across some of the partners to problem solve. But linked to the work of the partnership delivery group, we're also supported by a strategic governance group, which is Scottish Government led at director level across both safer communities and mental health. And that allows us to use the strategic governance group to unblock some of the challenges that we identify if we're not able to unblock them at partnership delivery group level. So using the strategic governance group, which has Scottish Government representation as well as the chair of the authority and the DCC, allows us to really have those problem solving conversations and come up with solutions where we need to. And that's been a great resource for us for the year that we've been in existence.
Thanks very much, Amanda. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Katerina, can I pass over to yourself?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the report, Amanda. Really interesting as usual. I note that there is some data that's included into the report that kind of demonstrates a downward trend in some of the incidents, but I was wondering, could you maybe clarify whether we are going to be seeing at some stage some additional policing related metrics, for example, that kind of demonstrates, the so what, so the policing benefit of that. So for example, a reduction in officer numbers or time in terms of attending some of these calls. So that's the first question. And the second question is, could you maybe just clarify the delivery, the timescale for the delivery of the mental health dashboard? So when is that planned to be in place? Thank you.
Yep, so on the first question, we are developing a performance framework which underpins the commitments that will have enhanced policing data in it. We're making sure that we get the right metrics and that they are sound and that the data are robust. We didn't want to publish anything that we couldn't replicate. So there have been conversations about what those appropriate metrics would be. Alongside that, as you say, Police Scotland have in development their mental health dashboard, and they will have significant management information as part of that dashboard. So members will remember that there was an update provided to this committee a period of time ago around the development of the mental health dashboard. What we're hearing through Partnership Delivery Group is that is almost in a state where it can be shared with partners, and we would hope then that it's something that could be shared with members of this committee as well to give a bit more context to the work. So I'm hoping that by the time we meet again in December, that dashboard work will have been shared more widely. But I see Tom's got his hand up and he is absolutely the person to answer the question from a policing perspective.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Amanda. It is work in progress. We're reporting it through ACC Katrina Payton. She's overseeing its development. It's one of the outputs from Tina McLucas and the analyst team, along with the variety of other dashboards that we're producing around culture, for example. But certainly the mental health one is a priority piece of work. We'll expect to be able to give you sight of that reasonably soon, but at the moment it's still not ready for publication, I'm afraid, but we've got it in hand. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any further questions on this paper for Amanda? No? Okay, so we're just going to move shortly on to the final substantive section before we look at our work plan. But what I'm going to suggest is a 5-minute comfort break. So it's 3 o'clock now, so 3:05. Thank you.
Tom, if you can just pop your camera on as soon as you're back, and then we should be good to go. Final push. That's Chair. You're good to go.
Okay. Thanks everybody for coming back. Again, it was very short. It was a very short break, but we'll recommence the next section. So we move on to section 5, which is the oversight of improvements in policing. And the first paper we have here, 5.1, is the HMICS review improvement plans, the progress summary. And Director Tom McMahon is going to lead us through this. So Tom, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much. There's a significant amount of detail in the paper. I'm joined by Donna Adam, our Audit and Assurance Manager, who can cover much of that. I was only going to make a few comments. Beyond the detail within the paper, I would probably refer back to the discussion that took place at the SPA's Audit and Risk Committee on the 14th of August, where I had the opportunity just to update on the commitment we're making, not least in light of the BDO internal audit, about how we address scrutiny recommendations and ensure they are followed up appropriately. I mean, really positively, Donna and the team were given recognition within the BDO report about the way in which they are clear on roles and responsibilities, the way they pursue delivery and so on. But the thing that I think was most concerning to us was the reference to a sense of a culture of non-implementation. That's totally unsustainable. There's no way we're going to maintain that approach. And I've been liaising with the Chief Inspector of Constabulary about effectively a reset on how we go about both the planning of work with HMI, but also how we then go about having an executive level shared adoption of recommendations, what we do in terms of chasing progress, how we report that progress, how we test the impact of it as well, and report that through our performance reporting. But I just wanted to give this committee the assurance that, as well as the visibility that Donna's report offers us, and that work will continue and will maintain that reporting, we're wholly committed to addressing any sense of a culture of non-implementation. And we should be having a discussion soon, I'm hoping, with Craig and his team, just around taking stock of where we're at on the outstanding recommendations, with a view to moving to closure or having a very clear plan for full delivery and implementation. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks for Tom. That's a very helpful and useful introduction. Absolutely, the implementation of the recommendations made by the Inspectorate is something that will absolutely enhance policing and the delivery of it within Scotland. So I appreciate your openness there and the approach that you're taking and the liaison that is ongoing with the HMI. So having said that, can I open this up for questions from members? Oh, I see, sorry, before the members, I know a number will have questions, but Craig, you'd raised your hand, you wanted to come in here?
Thanks, Chair. And yeah, I would like to maybe sort of cover some points I've made before, both to the authority and to the ARAC. Tom and Donna and the team do a lot of work across the organisation to try and pull together the evidence for submission to ourselves. I think it can get a thankless task at times with people maybe not realising that we're not expecting 100% compliance with absolutely everything. Some areas we are, but the majority of things we are very pragmatic in our approach on how we view the changes that have been made and the implementation of the recommendations. There are some, and I was looking this morning at some of our trackers. Some of the oldest ones go from 2018. The majority of them sit with Scottish Government and other partners rather than with Scotland or the SPA. There are, I think, only 3 open from 2018, 2 of which are government, 1 of which is Police Scotland. But that's about a new system for covert record management. That is a difficult, tricky situation to pursue. We would expect that to be, here are some systems up and running and working now, rather than here's the improvements we've made, or we assess them against what we thought at the time of the inspection. In terms of Tom's ambition to work with us, yes, we're very open to that. We started publishing the recommendation tracker in March of this year, and we've seen a lot of movement in many of the recommendations that were made towards closure, and we're working very closely with Donna and the team. I think we meet with Donna's team every 4 or 5 weeks to look at what's going on and what we're doing. So yeah, we're happy to look at that. We're happy to try and pilot other ways of doing it. That is going to improve and speed things up. But at the same time, this is clear evidence from today that the things that we've said in recommendations on mental health, on officer safety, on all sorts of other bits and pieces that have been talked about today in terms of the performance report. I'm really proud that Police Scotland has taken the recommendations we've made, many things, mental health, missing persons, etc., and are showing the improved performance to our communities across Scotland from how we do their business. So while it can be difficult, the value we get out of it is there for us all to see on the back of today's meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Craig. That's your insights there are very helpful. So thank you. Now, can I open it up to members? Is there any questions on this paper that anybody's got? Katerina.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Tom, for introducing this. One thing in terms of the closed recommendations which jumped out at me is that all of the online child sexual abuse review recommendations from 2020 have been closed. And I also know from a previous item that we had during this committee in terms of the performance report, that the detection rate for online child sexual abuse crimes has indeed risen. So again, firstly, I would really like to commend the fact that all the recommendations have been closed, just because, we obviously know that there will be benefits to both victims as well as the officers who are having to deal with these crimes. But similarly, I don't know whether you would wager a guess as to whether the completion of these recommendations may well have contributed to the positive increase in the detection rate in this particular crime. I don't know if anybody's got a view on that.
Chair, I think probably DCC Connors would want to come in, but my reflection is there's a clear connection between the improved performance story that we were able to discuss at the start of this meeting and those HMI recommendations, which have then informed practice. So it's actually helpful to see the connection, but thanks for that feedback.
Thank you.
Okay, I know the HMI wants to come in, but DCC Connors, Tom invited you to perhaps comment on this.
Yeah, I think Tom covered it well. It's easy to see recommendations and just look at them kind of as a tick box exercise. What we try and do is look at the recommendations, understand the outcome that's required from it as well, and then do the actions. And I absolutely think that that's one that we can show positive change as a result of. So I think it's important.
Okay.
Thank you. Craig, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. And I absolutely agree with Jane's comments. I've got to admit, I was poacher, I'm now gamekeeper, because I was in the NCA when the review of the child sex abuse investigations was done in 2000. We contributed to that review, and a lot of the work that was done by one of my teams in CEOP has led to the new way of doing the no-cap packages within Police Scotland, which is not just given higher levels of detection rates using some of the software that is now available, it's also given a larger increase in the ability of doing that from a central team rather than a devolved team that was the case at the time. So yes, there has been a significant improvement in that, but it's also been a significant investment by Police Scotland.
Okay, thank you. Tom Halpin.
Thanks, Chair. There's a couple of points about improvement I wanted to pick up on. First one is the implementation, the recommendation around events. Although it's been back a while there, but it's led to the support and mobilisation for events, pushing through use of high demand days and operational deployment days. And of course, we've got the forced mobilisation model. which is leading to actual fewer abstractions and rest day cancellations by frontline officers, which is commended. So I'm just first of all, I want to recognise the benefits of this, but looking at it's been a really busy summer with the events both locally and nationally. Is there any comments about the impact of that on that summer's policing here in Scotland? I've got another point which I better come back on if you don't mind.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Tom, for the question. I think, as you know, again, having recommendations means you've got an evidence base rather than it's just something we would like to do. You actually have a formation for the actions that you're going to take. I think the FMM, the force mobilisation, the high demand days has helped us over the summer to take some of the pressure off our response teams, our community teams and those abstracted. I think I would come back to, though, that actually the force mobilisation model means that there is always going to be an impact also on the officers that are abstracted out of the force mobilisation to come and do that support. So it has stood us in good stead over the summer. Certainly projecting forward, it will also help us in being able to manage some of the demands coming in. But I think we're still seeing from the toil, rest days, overtime, that demand is still there, and the FMM is probably just chipping at the heels of it. I hope that answers your question. It has been helpful, but you know, that longer term demand becomes a problem. It's not as sustainable as we would like to be against the demand that we're facing.
Thanks, DCC. But do you recognise that this particular recommendation has made a contribution to meeting some of that demand?
Yeah, absolutely, because if you don't have the recommendation, when you engage with Federation and other people to say this is why we need to do this, you know, you need the backup and the evidence base and the recommendation and the outcome. So absolutely, that's important to have that.
Thanks very much. Chair, is it okay to go into my second point?
Of course.
Yeah. I sit in the Scottish Railways Policing Committee along with Mary Pitt-Caithley, and so we saw at first hand the need for British Transport Police to get access to the vulnerable persons database, and that has now been facilitated. So the question is, has that improved joint working? And the other thing, probably more for the HMI, is that one of the real objectives of the Scottish Railways Policing Committee is to achieve interoperability between services. So is he seeing that as adding value and having that committee? So that's the two areas.
Chair, I'm happy to come in on the first part.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you know, we've talked throughout this meeting about vulnerability, our ability to track, make sure we know where people are and how we share information. So in terms of that access and joint working, yes, absolutely, because we know that the transport system is a huge way that people are moved around, people are abused, people are drawn into areas of exploitation. So yes, having that joint working and that ability to share information and understand the wider picture is really important. It's key to interoperability.
Thank you.
Chair, if I just jump straight in the back of that, I don't think we've seen the evidence yet of the improvement in interoperability, but I think it's one of those almost you've got to do it, because if you don't, you don't know what you're missing. The amount of people who go missing on the railway line and who come to harm on the railway line and not having access to BTP officers to IVPD was something we saw as a real vulnerability. We are delighted that Police Scotland have moved that forward, and the scrutiny provided by the Railway Committee is something that we're part of. We understand the demands of it. We understand that the BTP executive are very keen that interoperability in Scotland is as good as anywhere else in the UK. And I would say that the engagement we see is very much supportive of that position. So we think that the work that is being done is strong. We think that the evidence will come out in due course, but it's one of those almost, if we do it, we will show the evidence rather than how do we define a benefit on this previously. Thanks.
Thank you. Tom, were you comfortable with your responses? Have you got anything else you want to ask?
No, I recognise that it's going to take, there's a lag from getting access to then you start to get the evidence. I think the other bit I would say is that having the committee itself was able to bring that discussion strategic level onto the Police Scotland board at the times the request had been made. So I think in terms of the shared governance, that was an immediate benefit.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Katerina, you have another question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is kind of now more like the forward-looking piece, so the thing around the open recommendations. Again, so if I understand the paper correctly, there have been some really kind of helpful themes in terms of the range of open recommendations that have been provided. So that's really helpful to see. And also some of the common reasons for delay. So really, again, appreciate that transparency and appreciate that analysis. And, I would assume that this will be helpful, Tom, in terms of your kind of prioritization of work and kind of the resetting and that real focus on delivery. I mean, I certainly can see how that is helpful. And I also note that there is a summary of some of the progress and risk and the revised target dates for some of the recommendations. And I suppose the assurance I'm seeking here is similar to the conversation we had earlier in the committee with regards to the violence against women and girls kind of strategy. Again, like this feels like quite a reasonable reset for you. And, I don't argue with that at all. I suppose the assurance I'm seeking is that everything that kind of was in the old world has in some way, shape or form been accounted for in the new world, whether it's the revised target dates or a rationalization of activity and all of that has kind of, been agreed. So it's just that the old world to new world, I'm looking for assurance that you can tell us that you're comfortable that everything that needed to be mapped across has been mapped across or tweaked or changed or de-scoped where indeed, necessary. So it's just that bit kind of would be really helpful.
Tom?
Thanks, Chair. If I can come in, Katerina, I'm really happy to give you that assurance. The work isn't complete yet. I should be really clear. We've got to do the reset. Donna and the wider team around audit and assurance are always looking at what is the currency of recommendations. As is called out in the report, some of these have been around for a very long time. That in itself really is a prompt to say, is it still relevant? But as Craig has alluded to, there are some that remain relevant, should have been progressed sooner and haven't been. So we want to give them some serious priority and make sure we understand why they haven't been progressed. So it just so happens that there's a moment, it was referred to back at the Audit Risk Committee in August. We've got a new approach, if you like, around resetting, taking stock of these. It's part of our commitment to organisational learning as much as anything, which we know the best value work is surfacing. We've not been great at, but we need to get better. So I think all of that comes together and gives us a bit of momentum as well, and a lot of support as well from the Chief, DCC Connors and the Senior Executive to get it done. Thank you.
No, thank you for that, and absolutely, I was at that Audit Risk Committee. I really appreciated the frankness then, and that kind of the reset, kind of mentality. So I appreciated it then. I do appreciate it now. So, no, it's helpful. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chris. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to Tom and Craig for their remarks. On this report. I'm just specifically looking at the mental health review, the missing persons review, and I think this relates to something that Craig specifically said in his introduction. Obviously, there are revised timescales there. There's work to do across the piece, including in policing, but I'm mindful that many of the delayed actions involved are reliant on input from other partners if they're going to be fully completed. And I guess I just wanted to surface that. And I can see Tom nodding his head there, but how we drive that completion in that context when that multi-agency collaboration is so important to to completion. It's obviously been a theme through this meeting in various respects, but I think in respect of both of those reviews and the revised timescales and the delayed actions, it's important to surface that here.
Thanks, Chris. I think you're quite right that it does need to be surfaced. And Tom, you were nodding frantically there in agreement with the comments that were being made. But do you want to just develop it for us and what your approach is?
Only to agree more frantically. That's exactly the point, Chris. And it's been touched on repeatedly throughout today's committee. Steve Johnson talked about the limits of influence over partners. But actually, it's a big part of how we achieve safer communities, as is a central feature of the 2030 vision. We've got a huge reliance on partners. And I know Craig, in a whole number of his reports, has made that point as well. It doesn't mean that we just excuse ourselves from implementation, but it does mean that it's a significant and material factor if we're not making the progress that we would have expected to see. And Donna has alluded to that within the report. But thank you for that.
Thanks, Tom. I think just to note, it does raise a much broader question, doesn't it? Which I think is relevant to the public service reform agenda more broadly, and the importance of governance and accountability in relation to that. If multi-agency partnerships and collaboration are to be, efficacious.
Yeah, I think just on the back of that. I think it might be useful for the SPA, for board members, to get an input on exactly where and what the forums are in Scotland for enabling partnership now and going forward. I know there are forums, and I know these will be developing, and who sits on what. I think it would just aid our insight. Jane, you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's following on from your point. Amanda talked earlier about the work that's being led, in implementation and different groups. And I wonder whether, as you say, there is an opportunity for us to think more broadly around the recommendations which are valid and have a good basis, and where can they be looked at in the different forums and the different meetings that are had, which gives us a much better collective opportunity to be able to discharge and fully implement them.
Yeah. So I think we can look into how we can progress this, and just a thought from me is policing does have a great convening power across Scotland. It's a national service, so it'll be interesting to look at that landscape. Okay, does anybody have any further questions on this paper? No? So I think the key thing, Tom, is good progress has been made. There are areas that could have, should have been done, but there's a strong reset currently taking place, and we look forward to seeing how that develops going forward.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so we come to the penultimate paper on today's agenda, and grateful to the Chief Inspector for being with us for the whole day. But I've got down that he is going to lead, supported by Ian Ramsey, on the report, the HMICS Frontline Focus Review, Tools of the Trade. So Craig, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair, and sadly Ian's had to run, so if there's any detailed questions, I'll come back to you in writing, I'm afraid. So, yes, thank you. We engaged in this, what was supposed to be quite a short piece of work around engaging with the front line. And by the front line, we mean pretty much anyone who delivers a service to the public and engages directly with the public, whether that's a uniformed officer, a member of staff, or even a plainclothes officer like a local policing detective. What we were trying to look at was the equipment, the training, the options they had to deliver their service effectively in the community. And I've got to say that the feedback and the consultation we got from officers, from staff, from organisations who support all of your workforce was exceptional. Everyone was interested. Everyone wanted to tell us a story. Everyone wanted to tell us the good stuff as well as the not so good stuff. And I will start with the good stuff. The rollout of Taser, of body-worn video, of the desk solution, of mobile data platforms, and of officer safety training in particular, got significantly positive feedback. And the changes to the officer safety training programme in the last couple of years, where I think it's gone from a day per annum to 2 days per annum, was seen as a really positive position. We spoke to many people, including the people that lead that programme, and the feedback that we got from the Federation and officers on the front line was that the change is night and day. So that is a really positive position, particularly when we talk about officer assaults earlier in the day. So again, something that the service has got to be applauded for. However, we did see some real frustration about some of the more mundane aspects of police uniforms, so trousers, wicking tops, fleeces, jackets, where those who are regularly on their feet in the cold and the wet and the inclement weather that we are very well used to in this country, often feel that the equipment they're provided with is of the cheapest quality, is not fitting well, is particularly if you're an odd shape at all, it doesn't fit, and if you can get it on, it often chafes or rubs or causes discomfort in some ways. That was seen with the body armour, it was seen with all sorts of uniform, and there was a real frustration with that. Some of the real concerns that we had, though, was fitting of body armour, particularly to women, and I know it has improved over recent years, and the quality in terms of the stab resistance of the officer safety equipment is very good, but is also very inflexible. So if you're sitting in a car for long periods of the day, it becomes very uncomfortable, it rides up, it catches your chin, and that is not a comfortable place if you're 10, 12-hour shifts on many of the things that the officers and staff have done this summer. Further sort of comments, particularly wet weather gear and jackets, not long enough, not covering below your belt. Boots, previous boots were seen as very, very good quality, but there's been a change in the supplier recently and they're not seen as being as good, as long-lasting or as smart, and that was one of the things that was described. I won't tell you how they were described because that would become a newspaper headline, but they were described as very unprofessional in their look. And we found a lot of officers we spoke to, and this is not just cops on the front line, this is including more senior officers who I speak to on a regular basis buy their own equipment. Am I still, can you still see me? Sorry, all disappeared off the screen. Many officers that we spoke to buy their own equipment, whether that's going to organisations that supply policing uniform to other places and placing an order for trousers or wicking tops or other things. This diminishes the uniformity of Police Scotland and is something that we don't think is an appropriate way of going to do business. Providing feedback to the Uniform Committee was something that didn't really happen, and when we benchmarked with the Metropolitan Police and the British Transport Police, they've got very clear lines of communication about how to order a uniform, how to give feedback on uniform, and how to make sure that what is going on to the front line is fed back to those who are procuring the uniform in a way that the feedback can be used at an appropriate level. So the final point I want to make is the old issue of police hats. I sound like my first superintendent that used to batter everyone in the station if they didn't wear their hat when they went out the door, and I'm sure Tom will be laughing about it because I'm sure we had these conversations many years ago, Tom. But there is a bit of a lack of consistency across Scotland as to whether you wear a flat cap, a baseball cap or a bowler hat, and we'd be keen to see some form of agreement in Police Scotland as to what is the standard, whether it's an operational hat or a dress hat or whatever else. There is some sort of clarity to officers on the front line on what they're going to do. So 6 recommendations, 16 areas for development, and very much focused on trying to make sure that those on the front line who are delivering a service every day get the best that can be provided to them within the limited budget you've got. So we are not asking for gold-plated equipment. We're asking for stuff that is suitable to the task that they're being faced with. But huge thanks to all the officers and staff that engaged with us, and to my own team for being sensitive in their approach to it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Craig. A very useful and insightful report, which I will open out to questions, and I do have some questions myself on this, but I see that DCC Connors has raised her hand. So before I do that, Jane, did you want to come in?
On reflection, Chair, it's okay. I'll come in at the end if there's nothing covered in the question, so I'll wait if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so if colleagues will indulge me, I'll maybe open up the first questions. So really it's to seek reassurance from Police Scotland, and given the conversation we've just had on the last paper, you know, I do feel that I will be reassured, but you will implement the 6 recommendations and progress the further 16 areas for development, but as a matter of urgency. You know, for me, this report speaks very much to one of the aspirations, the outcomes that you're seeking in Vision 2030 towards a thriving workforce. And these really are, to me, I think, hygiene factors. If you don't get this right, you will struggle in many of the other areas. And also, in addition, I'd like to ask Police Scotland to clarify that they will actually evaluate the effectiveness of uniforms issued to officers and staff going forward, you know, in the way that direct feedback that the Chief Inspector referenced in regard to the Metropolitan Police and British Transport Police. But when you hear comments like, you know, given the inclement weather we can experience here in Scotland, that waterproofs aren't long enough, they're not of the same quality for frontline staff as they may be for other staff in the organisation, etc. So that feedback loop as well. So that's my first couple of questions.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. As we've said previously, we value the recommendations, the effort and time that goes into inspections, and it's really important that our staff are able to have a voice. I think some of the main takeaways for us is that ability to have the voice, as you say, Craig has referenced, the Met, which was my previous force, very different structures. Understanding the geography is very different in Scotland, but the ability to get feedback, you know, is not reliant on geography. So there are definitely improvements, particularly around the recommendations and the areas for development, about how we're listening to staff, how we incorporate that feedback into our uniform processes, which then informs the type of kit and equipment that we actually buy and get for our staff. So I think that's the number of the recommendations in the areas for development feed into that aspect. I think the other bit is just to compliment the staff that we do have. We know that the uniform isn't quite as they want it to be, yet they go out every day and they do their job, and we're very grateful to them for that. I think the other bit is being able to understand the operational requirements, and Craig will know this. Officers often would like a certain piece of kit or a certain element of something that looks right. So my caveat is that we need to have a good evaluation process of what are the operational requirements for the roles that we've got, because at the moment we have a number of roles, they all have their own kit lists, and actually consolidating that position is really important. So there's some underlying work that we need to do to be able to do that. But coming back to your question, absolutely, the recommendations and the areas for development, we will take those and we will make sure that we drive that activity through. The Chief's absolutely clear that the staff, officers and staff, need to have the right equipment and the kit that they need to do the job and work with the public effectively. So all of that will form part of that process.
Thanks, Jane. That's reassuring. We will take ownership of this. Will it be at force executive level within your governance structure? Yeah, sorry. So it will sit with Alan Waddle, who's got the ops portfolio. Chief Superintendent Dolan already is looking at the requirements for for example, roads policing, fast roads, the length of the jacket. We require our officers to be visible,
but how does that meet with the body armour, and then you've got a fleece on top, and if it's raining? So there's a real number of complexities, but yes, it does sit within our governance structure. Within ACC Waddle is the executive lead. You then have input from Policing Together and our staff associations, which is essential, and Chief Superintendent Dolan is the tactical lead.
That's helpful to understand. Thank you for that. And just a final comment from me. Very helpfully, the Chief Inspector in his report laid out what's working well alongside the areas that are not working quite as well, and you're going to work on to resolve. But I thought it was really interesting today that throughout many of the papers and the questions that arose from them, you know, what was working well was drawn out. You know, the references to officer safety training, the references to, you know, to things like body worn video, mobile devices, etc. All these things are working well. So I think the report, you know, you are going to act on it, but I think it's important to recognise within it that what came out from staff and officers was areas that are working well. So thank you for that. So apologies for hogging it slightly there, but could I open it up? I see that Tom has raised his hand.
Thanks, Chair. This is a really complex area and a really challenging area, so I'm not going to fall into the trap of this is, and you know, this is what I'd like to see and all the rest of it. But on the particular point of uniform, it is important to have standards, and actually standards that are clearly articulated and understood by the workforce, because the health check of that, and you know, in terms of the culture of the organisation, the sense of belonging is so important. On hats, for instance, it's everyone in the call knows it's not uncommon to see officers without wearing hats. You know, so that doesn't matter what type of hat you give them if they just don't wear it. That's only one point. But the thing here is we've had this survey in England and Wales regarding the uniform and equipment survey, the contents. So it's reassurance around we will use that as to benchmark, but more than that, we'll also benchmark beyond the United Kingdom. That there has been a lot of work done in nearby jurisdictions, in the Nordic countries, for instance, where weather is every bit as relevant as it is here, and important learning from that to make sure that we are getting the best. If you speak to people on the ground, they will question that we give this enough attention. And in actual fact, that's a very immediate answer to a big complex question. So I'm not validating that or anything. It's just that is that impacts on how people feel about going to their work. So benchmarking is my question.
I think I'm happy to take that initially. I don't know whether Craig wants to come in around benchmarking. I think, yeah, we're constantly benchmarking against other forces. We're constantly looking to see where improvements can be done. Uniform has always been an ongoing issue, but that doesn't mean that it can just be complacency. We're all talking about hats and we've got a significant amount of service. The standards for us that we set are around our officers looking smart, having the right equipment, and making sure as much as possible that they're uniform in what they're wearing. I think the complexity perhaps up with Scotland is if you are up on the north, you know, you are going to be colder and wetter, no disrespect, than you might be on the central belt. So that's part of the commitment from Police Scotland, is to make sure that the uniform is fit for purpose wherever they are. But we do outline the standards of dress, the importance of professional standards, because if you turn up to meet a victim or speak to somebody and you don't look professional, then you know, that just undermines everything that you're going to do. And in terms of benchmarking, absolutely, there's a number of different NPCC and other groups across the UK that look at uniform. So we're not just kind of sitting in isolation, but taking best practice, but also where are the commercial opportunities as well for some of the uniform elements, rather than just looking at ourselves. So we did look more broadly on that point as well.
Thanks, Jane. Craig, you wanted to come in on this as well?
Yeah, I just maybe wanted to make just a couple of quick points. Absolutely agree with everything Jane said. And one of the things that we were very clear not to do was to mention brand names, but everyone was mentioning across Police Scotland there's certain things that they like to get off. We are not in that space. I know that Ian Ramsey's now joined us and he spent a lot of time speaking to the Met and others. And I know that he's been contacted about organisations who are keen to speak to Police Scotland and is putting them in touch. Ian, I don't know if you want to give a wee update on that ahead of what you've heard.
Yeah, I can do, Craig. And afternoon, Chair, afternoon, everyone. Apologies, I had to dip out for another meeting there. So, yes, on the back of the report, which I think has been well received, and I was one of the associate inspectors who met with a number of officers and staff and effectively gathered the information and their views and their feelings. And I guess the basis of the report is based very much on what they articulated to us. Since then, some of the organisations have reached out to us, some of the commercial organisations who are involved in NUMs such as DHL and other businesses. So I've forwarded those on to the project team at Dalmarnock, who I have a meeting with on Friday, because clearly it's up to them how they progress that side of things or not. But clearly, since the report was published, Police Scotland and the project team at Dalmarnock have reached out and are looking to, I think, take steps and make progress around about some of the recommendations and areas for development that we identified. And as I say, it was impassioned commentary from the officers that we spoke with, and there was a strength of feeling which I think perhaps surprised me and some of my colleagues as well when we spoke to them. I guess the subject matter of uniform, one would think perhaps would be maybe a bit apathetic and a bit dull, but that certainly wasn't the case when we spoke to the officers on the ground. They were really clearly impassioned about their standards of uniform and improvements, hopefully going forward. So,
thank you. Jane, I see you've raised your hand.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for that. And it's appreciative that different commercial entities are able to reach in. I think I would just reiterate the essentialness of operational requirements and setting out. And I absolutely get, that there's a jacket over here and there's stuff that people want. But for us to be effective, it's understanding what the real operational requirements are for us as a service, so we can make sure that our staff get the right kit that they need. So it's just to reiterate that. But that leads into us having the working groups and the right people on the working groups, so their voices are heard. And also, I'd just like to say, I know our uniform staff work really, really hard, and I wouldn't want to imply that they're not working really hard and trying to do their best for officers as well. Thank you.
Absolutely, Jane, and you're right to reiterate how hard staff within all sections, departments, functions work within Police Scotland. So thank you for that. Is there any final questions on this report? No? Okay. So thank you very much, Chief Inspector, for that report. Very helpful, and thanks, Jane, for fielding vast majority of the responses to the questions posed by it. And we look forward to seeing progress in this very important, significant area for officers and staff across Police Scotland. So we now come to the final item on today's agenda, which is section 6, the work plan. So the committee work plan is laid out. Mary mentioned earlier an addition in relation to the timeline and work that's ongoing around violence against women and girls. I'm sure we can add that in after proper discussion and consultation. But does anybody have any other comments on this? Any omissions or anything that's become superfluous that they can see at this moment in time? No. So with the addition to the item that Mary's highlighted for us, we're content to continue with this work plan. Yep. Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of today's agenda. With as always within Policing Performance Committee, it is a full agenda. We do not underestimate the amount of work that goes on in terms of delivering services within Police Scotland, but in the preparation of this agenda today and the papers associated with that. I think the biggest thing for me to take away from today is that I think it really is helping us to see clearly progress or otherwise that's being made against the delivery of Vision 2030. So that is really positive, and where progress is good, it's highlighted. Where it's not as was hoped for, that is highlighted and explanations are being provided. So thank you very much to everybody that's been involved in that, and thank you to everybody for your perseverance today. It is much appreciated. So hopefully you can go